welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam, and you know what this is. This is a C8 Corvette. We've talked extensively about this car. What this car is has really caused a buzz in the automotive industry in the last few years. I tell you what, as you may know, the Corvette has finally changed its platform. We've got a mid-engine car here. This is truly an American exotic car. But how did we get here? Many people don't realize there's 70 years of history with the Corvette now. We've had this car since 1953. So how did we get here? And what kind of changes did the Corvette go through over those 70 years and 8 generations to get to this? And I was thinking, what if you could experience that entire evolution of this car in one day? We are here to drive every single generation of the Corvette in one day. I present to you all 8 generations of the Corvette. We are going to drive each one of these starting from the beginning with the C1 all the way up to the present day car, and we're going to see how these changes happen with these cars. What's different about each one? What are you gaining with each new generation? And maybe what are you losing? This is a dream to drive all of these cars, and especially do it in one day where you in real time can experience the changes in each chassis. I'm so stoked that you're watching. Let's go, let's get started. We're gonna get in the C1 and see how this car began. We are in this beautiful 1961 Corvette, and this is toward the end of that first generation. So in 1953, when it started, this car only had 6 cylinders, right? Now you've got a good V8 in here. So throughout the first generation, after a couple years you got the V8, then a little later came fuel injection, and now we're here at the fuel injection option, that is, and now we're here at the end of the C1 generation, approaching the end. And just what an awesome car this is. You can still see that it's that boulevard cruiser that it kind of started out as, but it's got some muscle that has definitely been added to it. And what a cool experience. This truly is a time machine to be in. And this was the only generation of Corvette I had not driven to this point. So I had driven the C2 on up, but I had not driven a C1. So this is a pleasure and really a dream come true for me. And I love this color combination. Anytime you can get red interior, it just gives a Corvette that something extra, you know? And especially when it still looks this good, the red goes all the way up onto the dash, and it's just gorgeous. Now, this is a 4-speed. When the Corvette started out, you only had 3 speeds, and again, as they progressed through those options, and getting the V8 and then the fuel injection option, another option that came to be was the 4-speed. And what a joy to drive that this is. Now, by the end of the C1, going into the C2, they were really starting to think about power. So remember, the World War II had ended a while back, and one thing that was happening is soldiers came back and they had really fallen in love with the European Roadster. And so General Motors wanted to take advantage of that. And that is kind of how the Corvette was born. You know, Harley Earl got this car going. But when it started out, it was a Roadster that was, you know, it wasn't really a hot rod yet. But what they did as they progressed with this car was absolutely fantastic. And you can tell that it's starting to get very muscly as you get to the end here. This car most definitely takes you back in time a little bit, and it kind of puts you in a place where you're just driving for the enjoyment of it. It's not necessarily just about getting A to B, but it's about going out leisurely, picking a spot on the map, or maybe even just a direction, and driving for the enjoyment. The wind in your hair, the Roadster feel, of course there's all the Route 66 references as well. You know, people were driving, and driving was part of the vacation. It wasn't just the part that got you to your destination, but it was part of the vacation. It was part of the getaway, and seeing all the things that are along the way. and I can't imagine a better experience than doing it in this. We are in the 65. I tell you what, I just love this car. Now you can tell by looking at it that performance was really on the minds of Chevrolet at this time, because I mean, clearly you can see the car got more aerodynamic for sure, but the power is increasing. You're getting more engine options now, and I tell you what, you can tell the car is dialed in a little bit more, and just what a joy this is to drive. They really streamline things, and this beautiful design of the C2, which is often considered to be one of the most beautiful cars ever made, it draws you to the car in a way from the outside that I'm just not sure many other cars can match. And then when you get in the car to drive it, it's just, oh, it's so good. I just love it. You got the top down. But I tell you what, remember, C2, you do now have a coupe option now, but this is a convertible. And obviously, you know, the 1963, when the C2 came out, you had the split window coupe. That only ended up lasting 1 year. They really thought you needed more visibility out the back window, so they got rid of that pillar in the middle of the back windshield. That coupe shape is gorgeous as well, but I really do love the lines on this convertible. So gorgeous and so fun to be in. Now this car was a performer in its day, but it still can do the cruising thing really well. It has a presence that is just really second to none. I can't tell you enough how much I love this 65 Corvette. We are in the C3 Corvette, and this one in particular is a 1980. So now remember, the C3 generation started out in 1968, and we got our introduction to these beautiful Coke bottle curves that this car has. And I tell you what, it's something to look at. It's very menacing to look at when it's coming towards you, and it's very empowering to look out of when you're driving, when you look over the hood here. That has to be the most, by far the most noticeable thing about being in this C3 is just the nature of that long hood and those big fenders out front. It's so awesome to drive. This car has so much attitude, right? So even though you go through the 70s and we lose the big block, you know, and you lose all the big power because what was happening in the 70s and things were becoming detuned, the car really became good at handling, and they refined this old chassis to really do great things in the curves, and it's still quite fun to drive. It's very smooth. You really notice that compared to the first two generations, is how much things smoothed out in this car. But you gotta love it. I love the presence in this car. Pulling up somewhere in this car is very unique. And there's still really good power here. You can feel it especially when you get your RPMs up a little bit in the mid-range. But man, something about the way you sit in this car, you sit down low. It's just, so far it's my favorite one to sit in and just be in. The dash is starting to come up over the driver and feel a little bit more like you're in a cockpit. And it just, it feels like such an event to be in the C3 Corvette. And man, just so much smoother than the last generation. But you get into the end of the C3 and 81, 82, and 82, you get the hatchback on the back glass, right? And all of the 82s though were automatic, if I remember correctly. You didn't get that manual transmission option back until the C4. But in 1980, I imagine driving in this car, it was something. Guys, I am in the C4 and I have to say I am digging the C4 Corvette so much more than I used to. I love driving this car. You're just down so low in this thing, and I actually love the wedge shape and the pointy nose. It's just like you're cutting under the atmosphere completely. And you really feel the speed in this car. When the C4 first came out in 1984, they called them rock sleds, because they were so stiff. And I know they softened that up a little bit, but I tell you what, this car does feel quite stiff, especially when you've progressed through the first 3 generations of this car. Man, it's fun to drive. You really feel like you're down in here and encapsulated. This is a 1993 40th anniversary edition. And man, it's just still fantastic to drive. It's extremely comfortable. And man, the way you put the power to the ground in this is fun, but it still feels like it definitely could be tail happy whenever you wanted to. But I love the C4. It's quirky. I'm really digging the digital gauges, right? Because it just takes me back. The buttons are all unique. All the displays are unique. It's fun to be in. The way that the buttons kind of wrap around you, and even the shapes of the vents, and it's so much different than the C3 Corvette that it's like you just jumped into a whole new century, when really you just jumped a model year, right? A model generation. But man, it's so fun to drive. I love the way it sounds. It drives light. It feels playful. And I think that's really what makes the C4 so fun, because it can feel that way, yet still be on rails. And I definitely would get in a good C4 and still drive across the country in it. Absolutely. If you're driving in a C4, you know it. The footwells are really thin, really small, right? So there's not a whole lot of space down there for footwork. And actually in the manual transmission versions of the C4, it's kind of difficult to get the heel toe going and the rev matching when you're braking and trying to get your right foot over there in a way to blip that throttle. It's a little tough. It definitely lines up better and is quite a bit easier in the C5 that comes after this. But you can still work it if you try. It's quite fun. I've driven the manual C4. This one here is an automatic, but it's still extremely fun to drive. And still, even though you don't have those huge curvy fenders out front in the C4, It's a much more flat hood. You still see those endpoints on the sides of the hood, right, where those fenders stop. And this one's unique because, you know, that nice big clamshell hood. So when you lift the hood up on the C4, it comes off, you know, above the tires and everything, and exposes the top of the wheels and tires. And it's so unique, and it's actually makes it quite a bit easier to get to stuff in there sometimes. But the C4 is quirky, you know, the electronics are unique, all of those things. But if you're ready for it and ready to live with it, and you love on this car, it's going to be good to you and it's going to be fun. And the LT1 is a great engine. It's very stout. So, gotta love the C4 Corvette. Much respect to it. All right, we are in the black 2002 C5 Corvette, and I am loving every minute of it. That LS1 motor, yeah. It's all about it. Power's there when you want it. It's so smooth. It sounds so good. Just a very easy car to drive, the C5. It's comfortable. And I tell you what, there's a big notice in comfort increase between this and the C4, because I got leg room now, like side to side leg room. Transmission tunnel shrank, right? But I tell you what, there's a simplification that happened here in the C5, and I'm liking it. You know, the C4 had its quirks, like I said. Everything was very unique. All the buttons and the dials and the placement of everything was all very unique, and it's very cool. I actually like it, but I also really appreciate the simplification that's happened here with the C5 and its gauges, as well as its setup in the center stack, because it's very easy to read when you look down for quick reference. The C4 gauges were a little busy, especially in the later C4s, right? So you get in here and you've got really crisp gauges to look at, but also, if you don't know, what you got for the C5 is this awesome heads-up display. And think back to, now obviously newer ones had the heads-up display, and many other cars do nowadays. And it's evolved and gotten really, really nice. But I tell you what, in 1999, they introduced this for the 2000 model year, and you had this really good-looking heads-up display that's very informative, and you can actually change information on it to view what you want. But it's fantastic for viewing your speed and keeping your eyes up on the road. I don't have to drop my nose at all to see what I'm doing. I can just keep straight ahead and look at that heads-up display. And I love the 6-speed manual transmission in this. Yeah. It just feels so good. So good. It's fun to drive, and you can tell they've made improvements in cabin noise as well with this car, and they really get good in the next generation, the C6, but they're pretty good in here still. You know, I love the glass top if you can get it option with that. The C5 convertible is fun too. But what I will say is, by this point, when you're into the C5 generation, you got to go with the manual transmission, because I'm just not a fan of the automatic transmission that they offered in the C5. So, I mean, it's still a fine car, don't get me wrong, but the modern automatic transmission was moving on and going to leave that automatic behind very quickly. So the manual transmission was the way to go. And then when you got into the C6, the automatic transmission was improved. So this is really the spec you want if you have a C5 Corvette. It's black on black on black. It's a 6-speed manual, and it's got the glass top. Just looks so good, so sleek. And I love this car. This is my mom's car. I helped her pick this car out. I helped her find this car, and we traveled a little ways to go get it and bring it home. And of course that makes it special, but I love the C5 because I always have. When you think of car magazines and posters back then, the C5 was a hot commodity. I had all of those things, so definitely love the C5. When I think of the C5, I think of everything happening in the late 90s, right? The Olympics were here in the United States in Atlanta, and the Bulls were on fire if you were into the NBA and basketball, and everything was just all about Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan drove one of these, and he had one that looked just like this. It was black with a removable roof panel, and it was just cool. And that is what the C5 Corvette does for me. I look at them, and every time I see them, I think that's just a cool car. I really dig it. But it's also really fun to drive, and it's a great performance car as well, especially for the money you can get them for nowadays. But fantastic. And the transaxle setup is really good. So it really does a lot for the handling of this vehicle. So the C5 will always be impressive, especially if you remember back when it came out. Alright guys, I am in the C6, and man, I miss this car. This was my car for 3.5 years, and I enjoyed every second of it. I truly did. And I'm really appreciating once again the improvements that they made from the C5 to the C6. It may seem subtle looking from the outside, C5 and C6, but when you drive them, especially back to back, you really notice. So for one, I will say I like that they kept the simplification of the gauges. They're very easy to read up and down. I mentioned those C4 gauges were pretty cluttered, but this is very sure to look at. And they've improved the heads-up display, so again, keeping your eyes forward. But this car feels even tighter than the C5, so they definitely improved things from the tweaking they did with the chassis and the way they changed things up. This car is, I guess, 14 years old now, and it still feels every bit as modern as it should. It just puts a smile on my face driving this car because, again, it's one of the lighter modern Corvettes. You still have that hydraulic steering rack, and you still have real feel in the pedals, and it's a joy to drive because you are still getting mostly like the full effect what you're feeling in the car. And when you drive the car hard, you feel it as well, and it talks back to you and provides you good feedback. But I will say that the C6 is a little more quirky than the C5. Like, everything became electronic, so the door handles are buttons, and everything is a button now. So if the battery dies on your C6, you have to use these emergency door releases that are these wires that you have to know where they are and pull, and it's unique, but everything is electronic on the C6, so it's very cool. When you get in from the outside, you have these touchpad door handles, and I remember it seemed like a very modern, a very big leap forward with the modern Corvettes when you went from C5 to C6. And I remember the first time I got in a C6, it just seemed so very nice, and the interiors continue to get better with every generation. And this was the first interior that I really thought, you know what, this looks really clean, it looks really crisp. I like and appreciate the materials that they're using. The materials in the C5 interior were nice and soft touch, but they didn't look as good as they do here in the C6. So they feel good in here, they're good to the touch, but they look solid as well. And remember, the C6, you got your first option for a leather wrapped interior. That was the LT4 option. So this is an LT3, it's a 2008, and it's just got that LS3 motor, 430 horsepower, but it has the factory performance exhaust, so that puts it at 436. And that's so much power to a car that's only around 3,100 pounds and is built to handle the way that this car is. It drives so good, it's so comfortable. And we've got the top off now, but when you have the top up on these, they really made major leaps forward in interior noise compared to the C5. So you have the windows now on the C6 that when you go to open them, they drop a little bit. So when you shut them, they push up there into the seals and become a little more recessed. And that does a lot for sound deadening and sound quality and limiting inside the interior. So when you road trip this car, it's much more comfortable and it wears you out much later in your driving experience than the C5 did. But such a great car because, again, this is really where Corvette was really starting to come into its own as far as being a all the way well-rounded car that could be driven straight off the street and onto the track and be an excellent performer. And the power up here, man, that LS motor, that pushrod V8 is simple. It helps keep the hood lines low on this. The visibility out of here and seeing those beautiful fenders and that raise on the hood in the middle, it's just gorgeous. And for my money, for getting the most out of a modern Corvette, you can't beat the C6. It's just that good. And I love the simplification of the styling. I love the lines and how it lets just the kind of the curves mostly do the talking. Just what a great vehicle. I'm missing this car the more I drive it, but if you are looking for a Corvette, C6 can be a sweet spot because it's a sweet spot for performance, it's a sweet spot for feel in the car, but it's still modern enough to where you're really gonna enjoy living with it day to day. So, gotta love the C6, and I definitely may have another one someday. Who knows? We are in the C7 Corvette. They brought the Stingray name back for this, right? And man, so many people were so excited about this design, as was I, because I just thought, yeah, it really did bring back that Stingray feel that kind of the C3 gave me with the nice curves and the bigger fenders out front than the C6, right? And you still get that bulge in the hood that looks so powerful when you look over it. But I tell you what, there are so many upgrades in this car as you continue to move toward the C8. You go from C6 now to this and before the C8. Everything, of course, is getting more modern. Now, I will say that while the C6 and its very clean design might be my favorite, and I'm kind of biased because that was my car, right? This C7, there are so many things that I uniquely like about it. So for one, it has possibly my favorite interior layout. So they've really turned things toward the driver here. I like the mix of quality buttons and screen. And they've done that also in the gauges. All right, here we go. Oh, it's so good. It's so smooth. It's so nice in here. It's such a nice ride. Man, just looking down over the nose of this car does remind me so much of looking over the nose of the C3. But as I look out there, in addition to the gauges and the layout of everything in here, the heads-up display is much improved here in the C7, past what the C5 and the C6 had. So you got multiple color display up here in your heads-up display now, and it's really good to look at. But again, these gauges get me because they did a really good job with the digital screen in the middle, but they still gave you quality analog gauges on either side, and I'm really enjoying that. But this was a big deal, the Stingray. A lot of people who were just mediocre on Corvettes before this really liked the Stingray, and I think that's great because it brought a lot of people into Corvette love that maybe we didn't have before. And I have a friend named Brad who I've talked about in past in the past, videos and podcasts, and he got a 2019 C7 Z06, bright red, gorgeous car. And I got the pleasure of going with him to do museum delivery for that car. And man, that was such a great trip. And to see them put that car out, waiting for him, it just sitting there looking so good. I thought this C7 design is so unique, and when you didn't think that this layout of the Corvette could get any better, they just surprised you in so many ways, and it looks so good. It's got beautiful lines, but it still maintains great Corvette curves. It's great to look at. But listen, you go to C7, you do lose a few things, right? So you lose the traditional hydraulic steering rack that you had in the C6. So there's a little less feel and feedback coming through this steering wheel through my hands, most definitely. You can notice that right away. But it's very responsive, this car, and the way that they've tuned these, and the RPMs go way up before they redline. What they're doing with the with this motor at this point in time, at this point in the game, is really impressive. Now this is a 2015, and the Stingray went 2014 through 2019, so it's one of the shorter generations of Corvette, but it was one of the more popular ones. So there are quite a few Stingrays out there. But I tell you what, that's a good thing, because that makes them readily available. And you know what? Too many people who own them, just because there's a lot of them out there doesn't mean there's a lot on the road, right? So there are too many people out there who have these and don't drive them enough. You've got to drive these because they're so good, and they're kind of the last way to experience this flavor of sports car with this much power and this layout in some ways. You know, the C7 Corvette with this traditional setup with the transaxle. I mean, you have other sports cars that are somewhat similar, but they're not as well known. They're not as reliable by any means. You have like a Jaguar F-Type, something like that, which are cool cars, but the C7 is just easy to love. It's easy to live with. It's easy to own and not worry a whole lot about. You know, get a C7, drive it all over the place. Daily drive it and love it, because it's going to put a smile on your face just on those trips that are from A to B, right? Just the everyday driving that you do. There's smiles to be found here with the C7, and it looks so good. I think the design's going to look good for a long time. And you've got all the modern step up, you know, from the previous generation. You've got the better lighting on the exterior and even on the interior, but the displays in here are noticeably good. They did a great job. And of course you have the cool little cubby hole behind the screen in the C7 where you can hide things, and that's kind of fun. So anyway, C7, I love the car. I love the attitude this car brings. And I think they knew, you know, there's a mid-engine Corvette coming. If we're going to bring back the Stingray name, let's go ahead and do it while we've still got the traditional layout going. And it really does provide so much of the experience that the C3 Corvette has. But yet it's very modern, it's very tight, it's very fun to drive, it's a track weapon, it's comfortable to be in for both passenger and driver. Just awesome. So I can't say enough good things about the C7. This one is particularly unique. It's silver. Of course, it's got the black stripes, but it has this awesome two-tone interior, the gray and the black, and it looks really sharp. So I'm so thankful to Gary and Jenny who let me use this car and drive it, because it's really a fantastic car. They've got a great one here. So anyway, this is the C7. What a way to go out with this layout for this car. It's a home run in my book. So let's see what's next. So I have to say, the more I drive the C8 with the squircle, right? The square-ish, circular-ish steering wheel that it has, surely the more you get used to it. But I think that's because I'm a pretty disciplined driver about keeping my hands at 10 and 2 or 9 and 3 really with the paddles. I could see if you have more of a nonchalant driving style and you keep your hand on the top of the wheel, it's a little weird to have your hand up there because, again, it's flat up there. It's just different, you know. So, but I have to say, it's just so good. The transmission is so smooth, and it's a joy to be in. Now, I'm staring at screens. I got nothing but a digital gauge cluster, and I've got nothing but, you know, a digital infotainment screen over here. But if you look hard enough, there are still good buttons on the steering wheel, and there's a great column of good buttons over here on the side. And I'm a fan because they've designed them, you'll notice if you just touch them, they've designed them to be learned by touch. So they did a good job. I can reach over here once I learn my buttons and just hit them. I don't have to take my eyes off the road to touch the screen, and I quite enjoy that. So, but again, I'll say about the C8, if I haven't already said it, the fantastic performer that this is. It's so unique, and there's so much here to be enjoyed from a visceral standpoint still, even though it has lost some of the feel of the other Corvettes of the older generations. That mid-engine back there and having this balance is really entertaining to drive because of how glued you feel to the road, and it's confidence inspiring. It really is. So I mean, of course, until you get it out there and drive it at 10 tenths on a track, you know, maybe you can scare yourself pretty quickly. But how cool is it to drive this? I feel 110% like I'm driving an exotic car, and I'm in a Corvette. So maybe it just is an exotic car now. That's my conclusion. So while we think about all the generations of Corvette, how we got here, it's still a Corvette, but it's not the same Corvette anymore. It's not just America's sports car, because it always was America's sports car. It does bother me when people call Corvettes muscle cars. They masquerade sometimes as a GT car, you know, a Grand Tour, because they are comfortable for going long distances, and, you know, they weigh over 3,000 pounds, most of them, you know, so I get it, but they're a sports car that's playing the GT role, not a GT car that's playing the sports car role. This is America's sports car for a reason. It's been titled that for decades for a reason, because it is. And it's not a muscle car. It may sound awesome in some of the same ways that some muscle cars do, and I enjoy that and I like that. But you know what? There's some changes still coming ahead for the C8. They've teased some hybrid power and maybe even a fully electric, you know? And as those things come, we'll take them in stride, but sports cars got to stay lightweight. And when you start electrifying things, the weight goes up pretty quick. So we'll see what happens, but I love a good lightweight sports car. I loved my C6. It was pretty lightweight. And you definitely can go lighter weight than that with other cars, and they're fun because they're lighter weight. But Corvette has always carried its weight very well. So we'll have to see if that can still be the case when they start adding electrification, because the weight's going to go up. It'd be interesting to see how they deal with that, because weight is the enemy of feel in many ways. But I tell you what, for the everyday driver, the C8 can't be beat. For the track, for a modern car, the C8 is so awesome. It's just, there's still so many praises to sing about this car, and I'm just excited. The car's been here so long and it's still here, 70 years. It's awesome. But I think the entire Corvette evolution should be celebrated. Every single one of them, because they're all awesome. All right, guys, I am in the C8. This is so awesome right now. We are attempting to drive with all 8 of these cars in order. Descending order, that is. So we're gonna attempt to drive all these cars together and get some really beautiful shots of all of these cars together. And I am so excited about that. So I've got the C7 behind me, the C6 behind it, and we're gonna see if we can get all lined up here. We have all 8 cars together in order, and we're getting ready to make a turn up here and see if we can't go drive in some beautiful spots with these 8 cars. It's very cool. That you imagine how much attention that you get when you're driving 8 generations of the Corvette in order together in kind of a Corvette train. It has been so much fun driving at the front of this Corvette train with all of the other cars, all the other generations behind me. It's fantastic. And doing something like this is something that teenage me, 13, 14-year-old me, could have only dreamt of. And the fact that I've done this now and I got to drive all of the generation Corvettes in one day and feel the progression and the evolution of the car in real time and how it feels is priceless. What a wonderful day. So fantastic. All right, guys, we have driven every generation of the Corvette today, and I can't tell you how awesome of an experience that was. I can't imagine a better test drive session than to drive every generation, because you really get a feel for what each car represents. You know, the era that these cars are from, they have so much in common with the era, but yet they all were pushing the boundaries in some sort of way. And I have to say, if you go to the C1, this one right here, again, I talked about the design, the designers and the optimism of the 50s that was coming through in the design of automobiles in the 50s, and how cool this particular car was because it looked like nothing else offered. It stayed small, the tiny roadster, right? And so it had some great curves, and it avoided these huge wings and all of that, but it had these very pronounced curves, and such a gorgeous car. And this cove is iconic, right? This cove on the C1, everyone recognizes that and knows that it's specifically Corvette, and it really gives the car a very fast look. that it didn't have at the beginning of the generation when it started. So much appreciation for this car, the unique interior, the rear view mirror on the dash, the gauges, they're beautiful. What a fantastic vehicle. And the C2, I have to say, it might be my favorite because it's so beautiful. The lines are so simple, yet so pretty. The curves, the way they're pronounced on this very slender aerodynamic body is so beautiful. And remember, this was the 60s. Power was increasing. The car was getting to the height of cool. The astronauts drove these cars. The 60s Corvettes were so awesome. And you have the hideaway headlights that come up and the simple design. We finally got a true coupe in the 60s. But the convertible's gorgeous too. I just don't know that you can go wrong. You've got lots of engine options and lots of routes you could go, small block to big block. What a cool car and a fantastic car to be in. And what an event car this is as well, to show up in something like this. It has such presence, and I have to go ahead and say it. One of the reasons this particular 65 is maybe my favorite here, I actually got to drive away from my wedding in this car over 15 years ago, and that really made my day. 60 degrees on a January afternoon, driving away from the wedding with the top down. That was a very priceless experience, and I'm so thankful to my friend Steve who let me use this car. Now you go to the C3, and I have to say that this C3 is very close to my heart because this was the first Corvette that I fell in love with. When I was young and I saw the C3 Corvette at the St. Louis Car Museum, I went home with a C3 model, right? I talked about that before. And I just fell in love with the Coke bottle curves, the shape, right? The way that the design is pinched at the waist, right? Almost of this car, and it just gives these pronounced fenders are so gorgeous to look at either from outside or from behind the steering wheel. Just so awesome. And I know we lost a lot of power during the C3 generation, but you lost no attitude. This car has great presence. This car handles quite well, quite an improvement in the handling over the previous generations. And these can be had for relatively low money these days if you get a later C3, and it is worth every dime. It's a bargain because you're getting so much. And this car is quirky, it's unique, but the interior really starts to come over the driver. It turns into a cockpit. It's beautiful. Now remember, the C3 was built in St. Louis, Missouri, so that's my home state. That's where we're at, right? Proud of that. But in 1981, they shifted manufacturing over to Bowling Green. They finished out the C3 at Bowling Green, Kentucky, and then we got the C4, which is unlike anything that we had seen before. You think about the jump, the leap from the C3 and the design over to the C4, and the aerodynamics that are working here. This is fantastic. If you don't know, 1982 was coming to an end. They were getting ready to release the C4 Corvette, and they decided to do some more things to it, change it structurally a little bit, and it delayed the release of the C4 until well into the 1983 year. So by the time it was being sent to dealers, they decided to go ahead and call it a 1984. So in 1983, you could still buy the 82s new at the beginning, and then the C4 finally came in, it was 84. So technically there is no 1983 Corvette available on the road that you can drive, but one of the test cars survived, and it can be seen at the Corvette Museum in Bowling Green, Kentucky. So if you want to see a 1983 Corvette, that's where you have to go. But the C4 was such a different design. What they had to do for rigidity, because remember, we went from roadster to true coupe, and then we've got a coupe here, but it's got T-tops, right? And you have that bar in the middle for rigidity on top of the roof here. But when you go to the C4, they lost that. So what do you have to do? You have to really stiffen the rest of the chassis. So when you go to get in a C4, you'll notice that the door seals are super high because they had to do the chassis in that way to add the stiffness down low where it wasn't getting it from above. But what you're left with is this very wedge-shaped car, right? You don't have these high arc curves. They're very subtle. This is a wedge-shaped car, but you get aerodynamics from this. And the improvement in handling that comes from the jump when you go from the C3 to the C4 is astounding. And if you go back, maybe today you look at all these cars, and if maybe this particular design isn't your favorite, I don't really care. You should go back, look at the articles from magazines in the 80s and listen to how they raved about the handling of this car. And then slowly with the C4 generation, power started to increase, right? We started to get that power back, right? And you had this styling up facelift and kind of changing the rear end, and the interior completely changed in the middle of this generation. You know, it started out with that all digital dash that felt very Back to the Future like, right? And it kind of changed a little bit into the 90s, got a little more sleek. And I tell you what, you can't go wrong with a C4, but they're quirky. So you got to be ready for C4 ownership because they're very unique. Just get in one and look at all the different little tiny places where they've stored things in a C4. Such a unique car, but one of my favorites because there's nothing else out there quite like it. Now, we jump from the C4 to the C5, and the big thing is here, right? The C4, you still have the traditional setup where you have the engine and the transmission is mounted right behind the engine, much like a muscle car, right? That's kind of what it feels like. So the back end is kind of light, and that can be really fun. But the improvement of handling that they were working on this whole time through the progression, how do you improve on what's here, improve on what is there? You get to the C5 and now you get a transaxle. So that's right, so they move the transmission to the back. So you have this 50-50 weight distribution that they're after, and it causes this car to handle in a whole new way. And you really notice that when you jump from the C4 to the C5. There's also a very big jump in interior. The interior changes because when you don't have the transmission in the center of the car right behind the engine anymore, this opens up space in the interior. So you're able to have more space to do more with, and they managed to open it up. And I can just start to see signs that in this car and that car, the interior is turning even slightly more toward the driver and becoming more driver focused, providing that cockpit feel. But the C5 is very special to me because when I first saw this, it really made me long after owning a Corvette. It very much similar to when I saw the first C3. I fell in love with the design of Corvette and the attitude with the C3. This made me want to own one because I saw one for the first time. I was driving by a Chevy dealership in the back seat. My mom was driving. I saw one in red. I told her to turn around, let's go see it. I didn't know what I had saw, but I knew it looked awesome, and it was a red C5, and it was gorgeous. So these cars, every generation, special to me for a different reason. The first Corvette I ever rode in was one of these C4s back here, and going that fast, that low to the ground was an amazing experience. And then when I finally got to ride in a C5, the experience was very similar. And that was a fixed roof coupe from 1999. That was very cool. Those preceded the Z06 that came in 2001. It's that locked on roof, that true coupe, right? And so it looks like a convertible with a hardtop sat on top, but that hardtop is permanent, and it's the lightest of all the C5 Corvettes, and it's very stiff and very fun to drive. But as we progress from the C5 to the C6, you now have a car that is still evolving. Now look, it's obvious. What is the most obvious thing that we're missing now? And that is the pop-up headlights. So you now have exposed headlights, and that's for all kinds of reasons, right? So you have the aerodynamics purpose at night, you have crash test standards that car companies are dealing with. You know, the lights had to be dealt with, so they went with this open design here in the front, and it actually looks really awesome. It's kind of a Euro style looking, but when you transition from this design to this one in the C6, you can see that they kind of trim stuff up, right? They make it to where the car is cleaner. There's not so much bubbliness and things like that, and they really trim it down. And if you look at other cars from this era, this was from 2005 to 2013, cars kind of all around got these big plain sides and plain surfaces. And Corvette was able to do that, but in a way where they didn't lose any of that look. So if you get on the side profile of a C6, you still see those Coke bottle curves, and they're gorgeous. When you get in the C6 you drive it, you can instantly tell a difference in how it drives differently than the C5, because they really worked on the transmission, the shifter. The LS motor is evolving, right? You have the LS1 in the C5, and now you've got LS2 and then the LS3 with the C6, and they're really honing it in. These LS motors are awesome, right? They're way cool because you can get so much power from them, yet they're still simple. They're still easy to work on and understand, and their power delivery you can really count on and is really smooth. And the C6 right here is very close to mine because this is actually my old car. I sold this car a little over a year ago, and the person I sold it to has remained a friend of mine, and he was so gracious to bring this back and to get to drive this again. You know, it takes you down memory lane, and I miss this car so much. The clean lines of the C6 I'm just drawn to. The story of going to get this car with my dad and my best friend, I really, really love the C6. Now the C5 is special as well. I forgot to mention that is actually my mom's car. So I have 3 cars here that I'm actually very close to, between the one I drove away from my wedding in, my mom's Corvette, and this one that I used to own. And I do miss this car every day. But as you transition to the C7, okay, this is awesome. So think about what happened in the mid-2000s. You had a crisis with real estate and the markets, and things were tanking, and automobile makers were actually taking bailouts from the government. And when that was going on, you didn't really want to push how you were spending your money on evolving a car and really radically changing something. You were just worried about keeping the Corvette going. So prior to the markets messing up, they wanted to go ahead and go mid-engine. So they wanted, after this, we wanted to end up with a mid-engine Corvette, but it didn't happen because of what happened in the mid-2000s. So what ended up happening is, as they kept the Corvette alive, they had to go ahead and stick with that front engine layout. The transaxle still there with the transmission in the back. Some of these lines are lines that were going to be put into that mid-engine car. They were really thinking about mid-engine stuff. And I believe that they put some of those lines in this car, because this car, to me, to my eyes, I remember when I first saw it, I thought this looks like a Hot Wheel. Like, it just looks really awesome. It's great to look at. And to be honest, when this generation of the Corvette came out in 2014, I started hearing people who never were like ecstatic about Corvettes talk about how much they loved the new Corvette. And they did so many things right. They brought back the name Stingray, and that gets that lineage, ties into that lineage, and it gets that nostalgia factor going, and people were all about it. Have you seen the new Stingray? And they're awesome. And the upgrade you got in interior here really brought it into the modern age. Now, listen, we've kind of talked about how you improve with each generation, but guess what? You also lose a little bit, right, with each generation. If you go straight from a very modern car and you go into this very early car, you're feeling so much. Everything is vibrating. All the bones in your hands and in your feet and in your body are shaking, because as you go up in the cars over 70 years, they become more insulated. That's just part of what happened to cars during those decades. And so you lose a little bit. And one thing that you do lose with the C7 is you no longer have just the plain hydraulic steering rack that you have in the C6. So you do lose a little bit of feel, but the car is still fantastic, and the car is still very precise. And of course, you dress up the interior. It's become even more driver focused. You have that grab handle over there on the side for the passenger, and just turns everything toward the driver. And Corvette decided, the people at Corvette decided they were going to get every ounce out of this layout that they possibly could, and they took this layout and they perfected it. So from 2014 up to 2019, this one here is a 2015. With that ZR1 they ended with in 2019, what they did is they maxed out what they could do with this chassis. So that ZR1 at the end of 2019 had very, very sticky tires. They were trying to get all that power down to those rear wheels while still having the weight of the engine in the front. And what a feat. They really did it. But the natural progression after this is to put the weight more in the center of the car, right? Mid-engine is the natural next step. And the guys at General Motors had dealt with talks of mid-engine stuff for many, many decades, but it was finally time where it fit to move from this traditional layout and go to what we have now. And the result is truly an American exotic car. This is the C8. It's fabulous. It looks fantastic. Now listen, you've lost some things here design-wise too. You no longer have the circular taillights, right? It's gotten really edgy, right? It'll be very interesting to see how the C8 ages over time and through all of the decades, because there are so many lines and cuts and jagged edges, right? So we'll see sometimes cars that are a little more simple And the way they age, kind of simple is beautiful factor, and that's part of how they become classics. But I want to challenge you the next time you look at a C8 to back up. We're used to getting right on top of a car and looking at it, and we're used to looking at it at the angle we might hold a cell phone, which is kind of up here and looking down at the car. I want you to get out away from the car about 10 or 15 feet, and I want you to crouch down, and all of a sudden, even with the change in platform, the Corvette curves come back and you see them. And then you can't unsee them, and it's fantastic to see. So what they've done here with this huge inlets on both sides that help cool the engine and the transmission is they've worked that into this curvature that's on the side, and you still have those classic Coke bottle Corvette curves, and they're fantastic to look at. What's very different, you get inside and you suddenly realize, especially if you've driven all of them in one day, what you suddenly realize is, wow, I'm so much closer to the nose of the vehicle, right? Because the engine isn't back, you have room to move forward, so you're much more on top of the wheels. And the handling has a completely different feel in a mid-engine car, and it makes the nose almost move around like a snake, where it kind of steers with its nose, as opposed to sitting back on the car's haunches, right, and having your lower body laying down. And now it's fun, but steering the car more from the rear. Now you can still do this, even though they've kind of designed it for understeer from the factory. You can still get the tail on this. It's obviously still very fun, but it just feels completely different than when you do it on all these other cars. This is a whole new generation here. Now, I have to say the big thing. What is the big thing we lost? All of these other generations offered a manual transmission, and it's gone. It's been talked about. If you know the C8, you know it's gone. All you have is the dual clutch transmission now. Now listen, there is an element of involvement with the car that you do lose when you lose the manual transmission. You do, and I miss that. I'm a very manual transmission in sync person. I really enjoy that. But when you drive this car and you use these gears and you go through the gears with these paddles and you control how you're doing the balance of the car and shifting weight in the car, and down when you downshift and when you're going around turns, it's so unique and it feels so good, and it's still so satisfying. Now, if you go straight from that car to this one, you most definitely feel the numbness that's in this car. It's what it kind of feels numb compared to that, because you've got 70 years of changes here, right? This is steering by wire, okay? This is brake by wire. The feedback from the brake is synthetic, it's artificial, you know? So the ways that your extremities, your hands and your feet, used to be connected through touch all the way to the pavement and the texture of the pavement are now much less noticeable. And you have to drive so much more with your butt and drive by feel of your whole body. But when you get it right, it is so satisfying in this car and in this platform. I am so excited that I got to drive all of these cars today. It's something that I never imagined I would get to do. But I tell you what you can learn by driving all of them in a vacuum and kind of in the same moment in time, the things you can feel, the differences you can feel really become heightened, and you become more aware of all of them. But I have to say, I'm so thankful to have done this. If you are shopping for a Corvette, if you're wondering what kind of Corvette do I want, obviously you are drawn to different styles and designs, but think about the driving aspect as well, because they all provide their own unique element from the driving standpoint. This car is meant for the driver. Don't buy these and let them sit. They designed them with wheels on them for a reason. Buy them, drive them, experience them from behind the wheel. Experience your city, your state, your country around you from behind the wheel of these, because that's what makes Corvette special. You can road trip them, you can track them, you can daily drive them, fair weather, bad weather, it doesn't matter. And you can modify them to the moon if you want, because they were designed to do it all. And the amount of car you get in this package for this price is utterly astounding. This has truly become an American exotic, and it's fantastic. So I am so thankful for what I've been able to do here today. I'm so thankful to each owner that allowed us to use the car. I'm so excited to get these three cars especially that I have history with on camera at once, but I love all of these cars. They all have something special to provide. We have filmed here today at Lee Summit Total Auto Care in Lee Summit, Missouri. And I'm so thankful to the guys here for letting us film, because listen, this place kind of falls right in the middle of all these Corvette generations. And what it is meant to show is Corvettes have always been kind of an accessible dream car, right? If you aspire to get a Corvette, the reasons you can aspire to that are because you can get one. There's many of them. Parts are readily available. The dealer network is vast all over the United States and in some other countries, but they're simple to work on. You can take it to your local mechanic. Guys like this, hardworking guys, they can get under the hood of these things and they can work on these for you. It's a super car that you don't have to go jump through all of these hoops to get worked on and to do maintenance on. That's what makes them accessible, and that's what makes them honestly so lovable, because I was able to aspire to have one since I was very young, and I was able to get one. It's an obtainable dream in many ways comparatively to other exotic vehicles, and the performance you're going to get here is absolutely astounding. So thankful so much for this location and the guys at Lee Summit Total Auto Care. I'm thankful for my crew and everyone that helped out with this video and the beautiful places that we shot. I have a great crew that got some great footage of these cars. I'm so glad, if you've made it here to the end of the video, that you've watched. This was such an awesome thing to do, to embark on. But I tell you what, this has been Drive It Out. You can find us on youtube.com/DriveItOut. We've been doing car reviews for multiple years now, 2 to 3 years now, and we have many in-depth reviews on many cars. And on a couple of these cars here, we've done an in-depth review on the C8 before. Again, this is a 2022. We've done an in-depth review on that C5, and we put it up against, we battled it with a 996 Porsche 911. That was a great video. If you want to see any of our other reviews, any of our other videos, please check us out on YouTube. Also, we are at DriveItOut.com, and that is going to provide you links to find us elsewhere on the internet. We do have a podcast. You can find the link to that on our website. And also, we are on Instagram at Drive It Out. I am personally on Instagram at naturally aspirated Adam. And I hope that you will continue to subscribe, continue to watch what we're doing here at Drive It Out, because we are going on driving adventures. We're driving cars that we've never driven before. We're so excited to do that, share that with you. We are going to some of the biggest car shows in the country, and we're giving you previews of what's new and up and coming at those car shows as well. I'm so thankful once again for this day. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it so much. I hope it's helped you to know and understand more about the history of the Corvette and how we got from there to here. Thanks again for watching. My name is Adam, and we will see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam, and we are at the world famous Detroit Auto Show. I am super excited to be here 2025, and this, as you may know, is the brand new Corvette ZR1. Now, you guys are familiar with the channel, you know we love the Corvette. The Corvette has been around a long time. This is a vehicle that's been around 70 years now, and we love the Corvette in all its forms as it has evolved. But now, if you have not paid attention in the last 5 years, this is a mid-engine animal here. It's different than what Corvettes used to be. They took that engine out of the front, they put it in the back between the two axles. So you get a mid-engine car, you get that awesome balance that comes with that. And I tell you what, you're talking now over 1,000 horsepower. This is the new ZR1. They're ready to take on the world with it. 1,064 horsepower, 828 foot-pounds of torque. They're claiming 0 to 60 in 2.3 seconds, the quarter mile in 9.6 seconds at 150 miles an hour. I don't care what you're talking about for a production car, that is insane. Guys, Corvette has been around, again, for 70 years. These engineers know what they're doing. They know how to put that power down. They know how to get after it with performance on the track and on the street, and this is the latest and greatest iteration of it. Now, what is going to separate this from the base model other than about 500 or so horsepower? Obviously, you're gonna get, everything gets wider, more, bigger, louder, better, right? So we now have a 5.5 liter V8 back here that's twin turbocharged. Guys, this is the LT7, and I tell you what, this thing is ready to rev. 8,000 RPM redline. You're getting that peak horsepower at 7,000 RPMs, and you're getting peak torque at 6,000 RPMs. This thing is ready to rock and roll. Now, the big deal here, we have just learned the official pricing for this vehicle. So this vehicle is going to start out at $175,000. Actually, $174,995. So that, I know you're saying that's a lot of money. Yeah, but you have to compare it to other vehicles with similar performance and capability, and this is an absolute bargain. $175,000 car, yes, that's a lot. It's the most expensive Corvette ever made. But again, put it up against the competition. Put it up against the other supercars and hypercars around the world, and this is an absolute steal for what you are going to get from this vehicle. And you can go and you can pick one up and you can drive it home and put it in your garage. This is a production car. You can go down to your dealership and buy. This is America's pride and joy when it comes to high performance vehicles, and it is ready to go after other vehicles in this segment. So if you are another supercar and you're about to battle with this thing, guys, I would be a little nervous if I were those other vehicles. So let's go around, let's look at some of the details of this vehicle. So excited about this. Again, 70 years in the making. We now have a production Corvette with over 1,000 horsepower. I cannot reiterate enough how big of a deal that is. First off, I must let you guys know, you are looking at the fastest vehicle ever produced by an American automaker. That's right, this thing is capable of 233 miles per hour. That's right, I did not stutter there. 233 miles per hour. That is 374.9 kilometers per hour. That is incredibly fast. The carbon fiber stuff around here is not just on that huge giant spoiler, but you've also got it on the wheels. Those are beautiful carbon fiber wheels. Obviously that makes them light. They've designed these wheels to be very, very aerodynamic. All these performance numbers I'm giving you have been achieved with what they're calling the ZTK package. You have a standard performance suspension with magnetic selective ride control. This is on Michelin Pilot Sport Cup 2 Ultra Performance tires. Now, again, that is a monster of an engine. The big deal is with the flat plane crank, that high revving is going to give it that unique sound compared to other V8s that you may be used to. Now, all this power is sent through 8-speed paddle shift dual clutch transmission, but it's been refined and built up to handle all this power. All right, guys, let's wrap things up here on this brand new Corvette ZR1 at the 2025 Detroit Auto Show. Guys, here at Drive It Out, we are all about preserving the love of the driving experience. Now, we live in a world today where many cars provide a very similar experience. Cars have gotten much different in the last 15 to 20 years than they were. They're much heavier now. We have much more safety equipment. They're much larger. Everything has grown and everything has become more numb. A lot of stuff has become to where it's very much a milquetoast and vanilla experience to drive. For as far as modern cars go, this is not that. All right, I have not driven the new ZR1 yet, but I can guarantee you it's not a vanilla milquetoast experience. So here at a show with a lot of amazing cars, there are a lot of vehicles you can run to go get that sort of bland experience that's very easy to find these days. But this is something very different. As what matters more than you may remember is how a car feels to drive. The passion all of the emotion behind a vehicle. This is perhaps the greatest example of that principle. All the history, all the engineers who work so hard on this vehicle at Chevrolet. Just standing here looking at this vehicle, guys, I'm really excited to present this vehicle to you. If this is your first time kind of looking at and going over the details of the Corvette ZR1, I just cannot say enough how big of a deal that this is. The Corvette by itself is already a big deal. I don't care if you are a Corvette owner, I don't care what year you have, the Corvette is a big deal. It can provide an amazing driving experience, and just to have this as the latest iteration is something that I am so excited about. And imagine getting behind the wheel of one of these for the first time. Maybe you've never even been in a C8. Imagine just getting behind the wheel of a brand new C8. It is quite an experience. If you're in the coupe and you're in there and you look over your shoulder and you've got that little window and you see the engine back there, it's just such an amazing thing. Guys, look for our other Corvette content on the channel. We have a lot of other Corvette content. Driving the Corvette is a unique experience. It's very awesome, and I really hope you check out the video where we drove all 8 generations of the Corvette in one day, because there's a lot to think about there. If you are shopping for a Corvette, what kind of experience you want, the nostalgia factor, do you want the latest and greatest in technology and performance, or do you want something with a little bit more raw feel that's older? We talk about those things, but I would definitely say a brand new Corvette is an awesome decision if that is something that you can swing for. And guys, this is just the top of the heap here at the Corvette lineup. So thank you guys so much for watching. Now again, we are at the Detroit Auto Show. Please check out our other videos here from the show at 2025. You can follow us on Instagram at DriveItOut. I am personally on Instagram at naturallyaspiratedadam. I am very much looking forward to seeing you guys in the next review. Thanks for watching this one. This is the Corvette ZR1. We'll see you next time. Hey everyone, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam, and you know, if you follow Drive It Out, you are going to get Corvette content. And once again, I am here at the Detroit Auto Show for 2026, and I'm really stoked to show you what is behind me. You guys know we're Corvette fans here. I mean, come on. We have a video where we drove all 8 generations of the Corvette in one day. Check that video out. Right now, we want to talk about the latest and greatest. So let's talk about what's behind me. Sure enough, you notice this bright orange Z06 here. This is awesome. We've talked about this car in the past. We have videos on this car. I'm especially liking this one because I love all the carbon fiber bits with, you know, the wheels, and the front splitter there is really, really awesome. But I want to talk about what else we have here at the show today, because there are some awesome cars over here. Check this out. All right, so this is the CX Concept. Now, this is a vehicle obviously very futuristic. It's meant to inspire future Corvette design. So this is an electrified hypercar, right? And obviously you see with this sleek shape, it's clearly meant to go very, very fast and have lots of power. But while this is a beautiful car to sit and look at, and you're probably never going to see it on the road, again, it's meant to inspire the future. So what they are talking about here, and what they're highlighting, is they're showing off things that they're capable of and thinking about. Number one is that I like on this car is the active aero, right? So you're gonna have the active aero that moves, like the spoiler that's gonna go up and down depending on what's happening. This also has a crazy opening cabin. The whole front of the car raises up to get in and out. But this one here specifically, something that they want to focus on is that it's so driver focused. All right, this is obviously something that is going to be capable of very high speeds, and the driver is going to need to focus. So why not have the car focused on the driver? And you'll see in the cabin, you clearly have this interior that just wraps around the driver and is really, really meant to be the ultimate engaging machine. They're also talking about advanced HUD, advanced heads-up display in this car. Very, very cool. Had to show this to you guys because, to be quite honest, it just might be the best looking thing at the show this year. The CX Concept. That should get you excited about the future for Corvette. But I tell you what, Right now, Corvette is really showing off here. This is, you guessed it, the ZR1X. Now, why is it a big deal? Obviously because it's big power, right? This is your numbers vehicle, okay? 1,250 horsepower is what they're talking here. This is a production vehicle that you can go and buy with the 0 to 60 time under 1.9 seconds, quarter mile in the 8s. I mean, that's just nuts to think about getting something like that from the factory, and we're here now. That's where we're at. And check that out. And it looks good in black. All Corvettes look good in black, but this one is looking really hot with the red interior. I love the way it goes with those red brake calipers and the accents there on the spoiler in the back. Just so awesome. But again, this is your numbers car. This is your bragging rights car, okay? So the entire Corvette lineup is awesome. We've talked a lot here on the channel about the Corvette lineup and how I am just a sucker for that base Stingray. I love a base Stingray. Even take the spoiler off, don't need that. I love the car. The car is relatively lightweight for a mid-engine car. It's really fast and fun. It's great power for the street. Really enjoy that. But obviously you can go all the way up the Corvette lineup and there is so much to enjoy. And here at the Detroit Auto Show, I like how they're really highlighting the peak of what is right now the peak of Corvette performance, and they're also giving us a window there into the future. So as you know, here on the channel I could talk about Corvettes for days. Again, we drove all 8 generations of the Corvette in one single day, and you really got to experience the evolution of the car. This car has come a long ways. Let me remind you guys, this car has been around for 70 years, 7 decades. That is some real stamina for a vehicle, and that is why this is the United States trophy car. It's our country's halo car. Awesome that we get to brag about having this car here in the United States, and this has always been an accessible sports car. It's become an accessible exotic car, and now I tell you what, this is the ZR1X. It does start at $209,000, a little over $209,000. But I tell you what, if you know the market, if you know supercars, hypercar numbers, the kind of performance you're going to get from this vehicle is absolutely insane for that price. And that's what the Corvette has always been best at, the amount of what it's given you compared to what it costs to get in one. And I tell you what, the quality is also there, and that's what makes it good. So here again, the Corvette made in the United States here in Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is a vehicle that you know you can count on for performance as well as reliability. You got the V8 back there. This one here, the ZR1X, actually has that 5.5 liter V8, plus you've added electric power to the front. I love how they are showing us the best of today as well as what is potentially coming in the future, at least some styling cues for it. I'm really excited to be around these cars. I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be here at the Detroit Auto Show. So guys, you know that here at Drive It Out, we care about vehicles that provide something extra for the driving experience particularly. Obviously the Corvette's gonna fit the bill for that. High performance vehicles, we're all about that. So at Drive It Out, our purpose is to preserve the love of the driving experience. Our mission is to help you realize your driving potential, whether a low budget or a high budget, whether you are on road, off road, on track, whether in perfect climate or adverse conditions. We want to help you find the vehicles and the experiences that will help you enhance your driving capabilities and enjoyment. So this is kind of a vehicle that is the epitome of that whole statement and what Drive It Out is about, the Corvette. So I'm gonna leave you guys with this CX concept. This is the 2026 Detroit Auto Show. I'm very thankful to be here. Thank you to the Detroit Auto Show for inviting me. This is one of 2 media days that we're here. We're here before the public is allowed into the show. So excited to get a great look at what's here. Check out our other videos here from the show and enjoy this CX concept. All right guys, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam and we have a stellar 2-car comparison for you today. We're about 2 decades removed from when these cars came out. You know, in 20 years, a lot has changed in the automotive world and a lot has changed for these brands. These cars used to battle, right? Back in the day, think late 90s, right, when both of these cars came out. We have lots of comparisons of these cars from back then, but I wanted to do a little something from present day. You've got the 996 911 here, came after the 993. There's a big change. That 993 was still air-cooled. This is water-cooled. That was a big deal. You've got the C5 Corvette here, right? Think about the C4. That generation Corvette, the C4, lasted like what seemed forever, and there was major changes. You've got a transaxle now. They pushed that transmission back toward the rear of the car, and now you've got this beautiful, almost perfect 50-50 weight distribution in this car. That's a big deal. When big design changes are made, I think we get to a point when you go on in years a little ways and the scope of those things gets much smaller and they don't matter as much anymore. And as a car ages, you can look back at it and really see it for what it was, and we can appreciate what it is today, even 20 years later, because you've got really affordable used performance here. And I think both of these cars are still extremely impressive. So I want to talk about both of these cars in detail. How have they stood up over time? How does the performance of these cars compare to new cars today? How well have the designs held up? Were they ahead of their time a little, or were they a little bit too comfortable? So let's think about that as we look at both of these cars in detail. We're here at the front of the 911. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way, right? Let's talk about the headlights. This generation went away from those round, bug-eyed headlights that Porsche 911 had always had, and it went to these kind of melted headlights that go along with the contour of the nose of the car. And at first, people really didn't know how it was gonna make them feel. They call them, you know, the Friday headlight. They kind of just, rather than having the round pieces, you've got this edge here where it comes all the way down and you get your parking lights and your signals in there. I don't really mind it. I think that maybe why some people didn't like it at the beginning is because remember what else came out in the late 90s from Porsche? It was the Boxster. And the Boxster was about giving a more affordable entry-level model into the Porsche brand. And I think 911 owners thought that it just looked a little too much like a Boxster. Maybe it had a little too much in common. I'm not sure, but the front ends of both the Boxster and the first 996 911s are pretty much identical, so they do look very similar. But if you can get past those headlights, think about the rest of this car. This car got more aerodynamic, right? The rake of the windshield went down even further than it was on the 993. This car became more aerodynamic and more smooth shape, and I've got to say that I really like it. I'm kind of a sucker for base model cars without a lot of, you know, wings and scoops and everything on them. I like smooth shapes, so I really like this vehicle. As you look at the front end here, the way the lines go on this car is really sharp. And this silver, you know, it doesn't stand out as a bright color, but even in bright colors, this car looks really good because it lets the curves do all the talking, right? It's definitely a little more subtle of a design than the C5 Corvette that we're comparing it to. All right, guys, let's look at the side profile of this 996 911. Look, there's just not much to talk about here, right? It's just clean, just smooth, clean surfaces. But I think it's beautiful. I think it's actually a really handsome design. It's not in your face quite as much as the Corvette is, but it's just a completely different look. The style when you roll up in this car, it doesn't really crash the party, you know, like the style of the Corvette. It's much more subtle, but if you sit and you really look at it, it's a very interesting car to look at it, and it gets you thinking, and it makes you wonder, what's here? What's there? I want to push the car farther. It's much like the way the car drives, actually, but I really dig the side profile of this car because I just think it's clean and simple in the most beautiful way. Now, I've got the spoiler up here on the back, but with that down, it looks even smoother. I tend to like the spoiler up in the back to give it just a little more attitude. I really like the side profile of the 996 911. I think it's gorgeous. Here at the back end of the 911, again, there's not a whole lot to talk about. The clean lines continue back here. Like a 911, you've got a very wide back end, right? You've got a lot of back of the car hanging over here past the rear wheels, and it's because there's that engine back there. Obviously, you've got that flat 6 motor back there. Now, you got the spoiler up, you're looking good. You've got your Cyclops light up here. It looks really good with the top down. You do have these bumper guards right here. You know, these cars got to meet crash test standards, and that is part of that. This is a really clean car, front all the way to the back. It's really a non-offensive design. It's really nice to look at. So if you are looking for used performance nowadays and you want to have something that's clean You can take anywhere you want and it's just gonna look nice. It can be an event or it can be a fun car just to go driving through the hills and maybe attack some twisty roads. This car's the ticket. You know, you've got the engine back here. There's about 60% of the weight of this car is here in the back. And we're gonna talk a little bit about what that does to driving dynamics. It makes it a lot different than that Corvette over there. So it's gonna be a matter of what flavor do you want. I have to say, design-wise, I really like this 996 911. We have to talk about the interior of these vehicles. If you're gonna own one of these cars, you've gotta live with the inside. Maybe those around you don't see the inside, but you do. And that is one thing that really ages these vehicles, both of them, is the interior. So when you're sitting in here right away, you just have to know you're getting tech and you're getting style on the interior from the late 90s. And if you can live with that, I really think you should look past it, because it's such a wonderful vehicle to drive anyway, and it doesn't bother me so much, because when I'm enjoying this car is when I'm driving this car. Porsche, no matter what, you're gonna get good looking gauge. You've got the tachometer right there in the middle showing you your RPMs. You do have a digital readout for your speed right below that. They've got those sharp orange needles on there and they're really good looking, but the rest of the interior just has a lot to be desired. The deck here, where you've got the climate control and you've got the stereo system, it just ages the car so bad, but everybody knows this about both generations of vehicles. You know, they were working with what they had at the time. Porsche had just gone through some really financial struggles and they were really trying to rebound. That really plays into the story of the Boxster that was coming out at the same time as this car. This one here is the Triptronic transmission. It's automatic. I do love this car in a manual, but this Triptronic is here. So you've got buttons for that on the steering wheel. You've got your shifter down here in the middle. You do have a multi-CD operation here with the stereo system. One thing that you notice right away is you've got airbags all over the place. So you've got front airbags and you've got side airbags here in the door. And the way that they were really working around designing all of these things, the obvious feature that this car has over the C5 Corvette, or any Corvette for that matter, and that is you've got back seats, if you can call them that. They're almost novelty back seats. You can't fit very much back there or very much person back there. So they would call this a 2+2 because you've got 2 seats in the front and you do have 2 in the back. It's not a 4-door car and you do not have room like that by any means. So I always remember 2+2 equals 4 uncomfortable people, because if you actually put 2 people in those back seats, they're uncomfortable. You have to put the front seats far forward enough to fit them back there, so now the people in the front are also uncomfortable. You get this car and you treat it like a 2-seat Roadster and you're gonna have lots and lots of fun. But in the rare situation you've got to put somebody back there, or maybe you're gonna take the kids to school, hey, it actually could work great for that. But looking at this interior, I think you really just gotta focus on the gauges and focus on driving this car. All right guys, let's look in detail at this C5 Corvette. And just like we got it out of the way with the Porsche, let's get it out of the way with the Corvette. Let's initially talk about these headlights. Now, the C5 Corvette went through 2004, and 2004 was the very last model year that we saw pop-up headlights on vehicles sold in the United States. The only one other than the C5 Corvette in 2004 that still had pop-up headlights being produced for the United States was the Lotus Esprit. Now, the Lotus was a much lower volume car than the Corvette, but I miss pop-up headlights. I like them so much. By this time, they had really sorted out things with these pop-up headlights, where it wasn't like the 80s where if you had a car with pop-up headlights, they, you know, all the time they had one up and one down. When they left this generation and went on to the C6, they got rid of the pop-up headlights, and that did a lot of things for them. It helped with crash test standards, you know, a way they design things, but it also helps with aerodynamics at night when you are using those lights. Compared to the C4, this car got a little more curvy, right? The C5, I remember when the C5 came out, the hood lines just really got me, right? You've got the curves that come up, those fenders right there over the wheels is awesome. And now, instead of having a full like clamshell effect with the hood like the C4, where the whole hood and the fenders and everything came up all at once, they've got hood lines cut here above the fenders on the C5. You've got those Corvette flags up here, you've got air inlets down here, and there's actually fog lights hiding down in there. I remember the first time I saw a C5 Corvette, I saw a red one and it stuck out like crazy, and I made my mom do a U-turn and we went back to look at it, and just I sat there and looked at it, and I had never seen anything like it. Really think about coming from the C4 to the C5. It was just awesome. to look at. Front end of the Corvette, that hood line is really low. You've got an engine up here, but it's an LS motor. This is the LS1. No overhead cams here. You're able to keep that really low hood line for great aerodynamics, and the visibility out the front windshield looking over the front of this car is unlike any other. The side profile of this Corvette is just luscious. Look at those curves over those wheels. This is those Coke bottle curves that you kind of know Corvette for. This car has a presence that is so unique to its name. Now, this car is really low. You get in this car and you sit down, you instantly feel like you're on the floor. You're looking out over that hood, you see those muscular fenders, and you just gotta love it. Some people, they have preference where they wanna feel like they're up a little higher and looking down, kind of see the front of the car a little more, or look directly down that nose, and you can dart around with the nose of that car. Here with the Corvette, you feel like you've got a lot in front of you because you do, and it actually, I really like the way that it feels looking out over those fenders, and those fenders kind of serve as visual cues when you're turning the car in a performance situation. This guard here for the door, that piece of trim was optional, so you'll see the C5 Corvettes, and about half of them don't have that piece. I actually like it with that piece. I think it adds a little bit to the side profile of the car. Corvette here, you've got some bright chrome wheels. It just looks like a classic Corvette, and again, this is a base model. They had the Z06 and all of that, but I really like the clean lines of the base model, and this car looks really good in black. Let's go around here to the back end. I know you know what you're gonna see back here because it's a Corvette, but let's talk about it a little bit in detail. Here at the back end of the Corvette, and you know what you're gonna get back here, you got double taillights on both sides. Now, they're still around. This is a C5 Corvette. They didn't get funny shaped for 2 more generations, so you see this car miles in front of you, you know what it is. It's a Corvette. I actually like the continuity that's going on here with the exhaust outlets. This car is low and wide, and the back end of this car is shaped so much differently than it was on the C4. And I think what they were doing here aerodynamically is really cool. I remember when the C5 came out, it was so much different than seeing a C4 from the rear end. It was quite a bold change, but actually if you look from the side at the rear end of the Corvette, you really see it almost has kind of a ducktail effect at the top right there above the Cyclops light, and that's really cool. You've got that Corvette script that you can count on right there between the taillights, and this car is not ashamed to be saying what it is. It's very bold. This is a Corvette name. You gotta love the name. The name is unique. I like cars with names rather than just numbers. You got nice wide tires back there. And I tell you what, you don't have the weight back here that you have in that Porsche 911, so they're gonna drive a lot different. This can be a little more tail happy a little sooner, but that can kind of add to the fun, and we'll continue to talk about that as we get in this car and go for a drive. All right, guys, let's talk about the interior of this Corvette. Now, like I said, both of these vehicles are not gonna wow you with the interior. They're really dated, and anytime you're gonna look at anything that directly has to do with tech right in your face, that stuff seems to age the fastest because of how quickly tech moves. Things like your climate control and your stereo, you know, those things are really in your face and you're gonna see that. But I will say this, while the interiors of both of these vehicles, the materials are just not great, I will say that they look better in the C5 Corvette. Something about the way that they fit everything together, the way that it flows together, it looks a lot nicer. So as long as you don't touch it physically with your hand, it actually looks pretty nice. Now, I think it helps this car being black on black in color because the interior on these C5 Corvettes in the lighter colors doesn't tend to age as well. And that's kind of a disadvantage for the particular 911 that we have in this comparison as well, because it's got a lighter color interior. And it really highlights that interior in that 911. It's pieced together in a way that just seems a little bit more like an afterthought. It doesn't flow super well, and it just doesn't look very sharp. So at least here in the Corvette, while you don't have great materials, it fits together and it flows really well. So if you're okay with sitting in an interior, a black interior where it just kind of all flows together and it's like you're sitting in just a dark, cavernous blob, it's not too bad. But again, I think the reason that you buy them today, it's not as your everyday vehicle, but it's kind of as your secondary fun car, or a car for events or special occasions, or just to drive on the weekends to relax and clear your head. So I want you to think about, when you're driving these cars, focus on what you're doing with your hands and your feet and looking at those gauges, because that is where these cars really still shine. Now I have to say, while I love the gauges on that 911, I do like the gauges on the C5 Corvette as well. They're clean, they're easy to read. You don't have a tech in the center. You know, your tachometer is on the left and your speed's on the right. But what this car has that is really awesome is it has a heads-up display. Now that became available in GM vehicles a long time ago. They experimented with that, but it really became a staple in the C5 Corvette, and actually you could get it starting in 1999 on the C5 Corvette. And the heads-up display is really sharp. It's really good to look at. You put your speed and your RPMs out there in front of you. It helps keep your eyes up. And man, I really like that. So it's kind of serving the purpose and of the same thinking as why you put a tachometer in the very center of a cluster like you do in the Porsche, because it needs to be very quickly looked at or seen in your peripheral, and the heads-up display really does that for you. So the heads-up display kind of takes this interior and it kind of gives it that just extra edge that I really like. Both of these cars, you've got automatic everything, and that is really nice. This Corvette here, you know, you've got dual climate control, you've got a nice digital display for that. But again, you don't buy these cars for the interior. You just don't. And you're always going to hear people complain about it. But I would say don't complain. Get the car, enjoy it for the driving experience that it has to offer. And I will also say that these Corvette seats are pretty comfortable, but put them in a performance situation, you may be desiring a little bit more support at your sides. I think it's fine, and you're really going to get down in this car. You're going to look out over that hood and you're going to enjoy it. So let's get in both these cars and take them on the road and talk about the driving dynamics a little bit. All right, guys, we're in the 996 911, and like I said, this is a completely different driving experience. You know, driving around town, I've got all that weight in the back end of this car, and it kind of just feels like you're lugging it around. To get this car to feel fun, you gotta push it. You know, it's fun to be in, don't get me wrong, even at low speeds, but from a driving dynamic standpoint, you want to push this car, and that's by design, and that's fine, because pushing this car is a blast, and you're really going to get a lot out of it from a performance standpoint. This car is a performer. Don't sleep on this car by any means, but if you're not pushing it, then you're not feeling much of those dynamics. Where in the Corvette, maybe it almost gives you a false sense of dynamics because the way you can just play with it so easily at low speeds. And this car, you really got to rev up more. Now you do both. You've got naturally aspirated engines in both of these. There's no turbos, but again, this is a straight comparison of two base model cars. But the way this flat six is, when you push it, the way that the back kind of crouches down to the car, it's really awesome. Actually, you just feel like you're really hugging the road, and you're going to be really far out in the performance of this car before you feel that front end starting to get light, you know, when you're turning the wheel. So twisty roads, man, this 911 just really shines. But you've really got to go out and get it. So if you live near some mountains or some hills or some really twisty roads, this 911 may be your first choice. But you know, if you are in the Corvette, it's still great on twisty roads, but man, there's just kind of fun to be had at every stoplight and every corner. So I've got to say it again, in the 911, you know, showing up in this car is just a much different attitude and atmosphere than in that Corvette. You know, if you show up, if you're the guy who, when you show up at a party or at a get-together and you're like, oh, here comes trouble, you know, you're probably the guy in the Corvette. And if you show up in the 911, you know, maybe people think, you know, that guy's maybe more of a driver, but I don't know. I think that might be a misconception, because both of these cars are absolutely for drivers and for the driving experience. Now, we aren't getting either of these cars out on the track today, but both of these cars will do just fine on the track. And that is definitely, again, it becomes a preference thing. You know, in life, there are truths, there are convictions, and there are preferences. And these two cars, the driving dynamics is definitely a preference thing, because they're both awesome in their own way, and they're both a lot of fun. And to be honest, if you could choose, I would almost say you want to have both in your garage, and you know, you have them both for different purposes. Now you're really splitting hairs, but it's kind of like you know, you have different pairs of shoes and different outfits for doing different things, because different outfits accomplish different things. You know, if I'm in the 911, I want to go out and I want to hit some twisty roads, you know, and just be really, really athletic with the car. You know, I'm gonna do that. But when I want to have the Corvette and I really just want to mess around, you know, out on the streets or driving around town, it's really, really good at that. So what are you gonna do with these cars? If you're shopping both these cars, what's your plan? What are you mostly gonna do with the car? Are you gonna go get in a little bit of tracking or some autocrossing, or are you gonna just take these on road trips to the mountains on the weekends? You know, maybe the 911 is your play. But you know, if you're looking for something to just at any moment in time, you're gonna get in it and it's just gonna be fun, and it's just gonna have lots of attitude, and it's kind of in your face, I think the Corvette is for you. I really do. But both of these cars are a joy to drive in a completely different way. You know, the Corvette has 50 more horsepower than this 911, but they put power to the ground completely differently. So when you drive the Corvette, you instantly just want to have fun with the rear end of the vehicle. You know, like I said, it's a lot easier to have that fun in this car at low speeds. You know, in the 911, I find myself wanting to push the car faster and faster all the time, and that's kind of where it shines. But this Corvette, while it is fun to push as well, you can also have a whole lot of fun with it just at low speeds. It provides that little extra fun kind of around town that I don't quite get in the 911. So now this is the coupe with the removable roof panel here, the targa top. You can get the traditional convertible in the Corvette. Both body styles look really nice. I actually prefer the hardtop, especially if you can get the glass roof panel on there, because then you can kind of have the nice quiet cabin of the coupe with the top up that you can't get with a soft top convertible. And if you're driving in the colder months, cold weather months in the wintertime, that glass roof panel allows some of that heat to stay in your car when the car is parked, and I actually like that quite a bit. Now the 996 911 later on actually offered a sliding glass roof targa top version. If you can find one of those are pretty unique, and those are really cool. But in this Corvette, you know, you've got that 50-50 weight distribution, right? So the car feels very balanced. You know, you go back and forth between the two vehicles, and it's so obvious how differently they drive. The dynamics are just totally different. You've got all that weight in the rear end of the 911, and it's actually a little more confidence inspiring around turns. And you find yourself, you know, you push the car differently than you do with this Corvette. But again, this Corvette, being tail happy, provides an element of fun that the 911 doesn't have. Yeah, definitely I think if you get either one of these cars, that the manual transmission is the way to go. Both cars have a good manual transmission, and they're a lot of fun to drive. They're a lot of fun to work with. But if you want to really interact with the power that these cars have to deliver, I just think there's no better option than manual. The automatic offered in the C5 Corvette just was nothing to write home about. That old automatic, no paddle shifters or anything on the steering wheel. You know, the Porsche would win the automatic battle. It's got that Triptronic. At least you got, you know, some steering wheel controls to play with, and that transmission is quite a bit sharper as an automatic. But I really think you want manual on either one of these cars. So again, I think you're buying the car to have fun with on the weekends, you know, or drive to work on nice days, or what have you. And being able to interact with the car with the third pedal is definitely the way to go. So now, Porsche still offers a manual transmission even today, and the newer C8 Corvette, they've lost that. They can't put a manual transmission in that car in that layout. If you look at the layout of that interior, I don't know where they would put a shifter, a manual shifter. So it's just automatic only. It's that dual clutch transmission, which is a great transmission, but you know, a purchase like this of an older performance car like these, I think one of the added benefits of getting one of these is your ability to play with it with the manual transmission. So this Corvette, definitely fun to drive. You know, like I said, you show up in this car, you kind of crash the party a little bit. It's a little more boisterous and a little more loud than that 911. And you can get out and you can have some fun and do some, you can misbehave a little bit with it. It's just a lot of fun. It's really easy to do with all this power. So definitely a fun car to drive. And for the money, I don't know where else you're gonna get a funner car to drive with this much power. So let's talk a little bit about what we know about these vehicles now, having had them for 20 years, that we maybe didn't know when they first came out. First, style-wise, we've already talked about the clean lines of the Porsche, and we've already talked about the nice curves on the Corvette, with a little bit more lines on the exterior design. When they originally came out, I think the Corvette actually was a big leap forward from the previous generation Corvette. As far as the design being a little ahead of its time, I don't know if I would go that far. It's very curvy and bubbly, very 90s. As far as the Porsche, they didn't take as big of a leap forward in the way the car looks, if you take away the headlights, of course, but they have always had a design that somewhat more evolves than it does change anyway. So I honestly think the shape of the 996 911 actually has stood the test of time a little better, as it kind of holds true to the brand itself. The Corvette, I still think, looks good. Performance-wise, these vehicles, these are not slow cars. These are fast cars. If you care about the specs, if you care about what the car does on paper, these are still cars that had high 4 seconds, 0 to 60 times, you know, and decent quarter-mile times. They're not gonna keep up on paper with cars of today, but as far as enjoyment and engagement while driving them, still feeling good power, it's all good. You're right here. Remember, we've got SUVs and trucks today that will do crazy straight line sprints. But I tell you what, once you are down in a sports car and you're feeling the dynamics, and when you're tossing that weight around, it's so much less weight than bigger vehicles of today. You know, these both still are about 3,200 pounds right there, give or take. And vehicles have gotten so heavy these days. You're low to the ground, and the way that you shift the weight around in these vehicles, go around turns, and the way that they handle is just gonna be unmatched, even compared to like a modern big car that's maybe really fast, but it's just kind of a giant. Things that we know mechanically, if you're big fans of these cars, you may think, oh, you know, I know the problems with this car, or I know the potential problems with this car. Issues can seem really big at first, and nowadays we have the internet and we have all kinds of forums on any type of car you're looking for, and sometimes problems can be amplified to be worse than they really are. So of course, when you think about the 996 911, maybe you go, uh-oh, IMS bearing, and it's a splinter in your brain, and you can't stop thinking about it. That truly affected less cars than you probably think that it did. And if you're going to buy a used 996, 911, I think the one you don't want is the one that's barely been driven. If you find a 20-year-old 911 and it's only had a couple thousand miles on the clock per year or less, and it's 20 years old, that may not be the one that you want if you are going to worry and fret about IMS bearing problems. You know, if you're going to buy a really low mileage 996, I'm going to tell you, go ahead and buy it and plan on replacing the IMS bearing. But if you find one that's got actually higher miles, you know, what's great about these two cars that I didn't mention before is they're so close in year. They're perfect for comparing in so many ways, but something I didn't mention is they both actually have 63,000 miles on them. So 20 years old, 63,000 miles, that's actually a good amount of miles per year for each vehicle. So I would not be hesitant about buying either one of these cars with that mileage. And if you're thinking in relation to the IMS bearing, the ones that have been driven more often are actually the ones that seem to have less of a problem with that lubrication down there. Now, when you think about the Corvette, maybe you go, oh, I don't know, it's the harmonic balancer. Maybe you're worried about that on the early LS motors. That is something that is easily identifiable. You can pick it out before it really goes wrong. You can get it fixed, you can get it replaced. That is something that is kind of an expensive fix, as is the IMS bearing on the 996. Again, I think it affects less cars than you think of. So if you aren't familiar with either one of these cars and you're seriously considering them, look at things that they're known for. You know, this is early 2000s, late 90s. There's kind of quirky electronics on both of these vehicles. You know, so just kind of know that going in. But overall, I actually think that you will be surprised at the reliability of both of these vehicles. Again, they're both naturally aspirated. They're not under tons and tons of stress with these majorly high compression ratios and turbos or superchargers or anything like that. I really think that you would be surprised with how you can get one of these and just drive it and not worry about it. If I had to tip my hat to one side or the other for reliability, I'm most definitely going with the Corvette. They're cheaper to work on, they're less expensive when things go wrong generally, and things tend to go wrong less. Porsche, you may have a few more surprises, but again, not a ton of surprises. I really think you can just drive it and not worry, but when it is time for maintenance, it is gonna cost you a bit more. So let's sum things up on these two competitors. Now, these cars are not new. I don't think they're quite old enough to be classics, but there's like that 20 to 30 year rule, right? When a car is desirable by a certain generation, you know, then you go about 30 years removed from when the car came out, and that generation kind of has money that they want to have fun with or play with and get something that was kind of from their desires of their childhood or their teenage years or their young 20s. And those cars we tend to see go up in value. So look at how the muscle cars from the late 60s and early 70s started to go up in value in the 90s. And now think about the way that the position that these two cars are in now. They're about 20 years old. They haven't hit that level where you would think the prices for really nice ones would really start to skyrocket. They are affordable right now. So if you're gonna get into one and keep it for a long time, keep it long term, I really don't think you can go wrong with either one of these. But that said, if you're looking to get in one to just have for a short time, you don't care a whole lot about mileage, get a high mileage version of either one of these. And I think you can have fun for a year or two or three, and then maybe move on to something else. And that is something that a lot of guys do with these cars. It's not unusual to find one of these vehicles for sale and you see that it has 3-4 owners, because people will get these, they will enjoy them for a time, and then they will move on to something newer, or maybe something with more power, kind of depending on what they're looking for, or just something with newer tech that feels a little nicer. And I don't think you buy these cars to be your only vehicle. I think you tend to fill the second or third spot in the garage or the driveway with one of these vehicles. If you buy them for that, then every time you're getting in it to go drive it, it's a treat. It's a total treat, and you're gonna enjoy it. If you're gonna drive one of these daily, you can't be precious with it. The car's 20 years old, and driving a car every day, it's gonna get beat up a little bit. You can't be overly precious with it. If you tend to go and lean toward the cleaner styling of the Porsche, you know, you clean one of these up really well, and you park it somewhere and get out of it, people will think it's much newer than it is because it just holds that shape. The Corvette, people will still think that it looks really nice and it's got a lot of attitude, but they know exactly how old that it is. And once you get into the C6, the C7 Corvette, that changes a little bit, but the C5 kind of has aged to that point where people know the era that it is from. It's really hard to choose a winner here, but because I think it comes down to you and what you're looking for. I really like both of these vehicles. There's great performance. You get over 300 horsepower in both these cars. You get about 300 horsepower and about 350 horsepower, but like I talked about, the way that these cars put the power down is completely different. I love the actual convertible experience that this particular 911 has here. Really wish it had a manual transmission. If I were gonna put one in my garage, it's gotta have the manual transmission. That's my personal preference. It's a great car either way, but there's no PDK yet. Remember, Porsche's got PDK now, and that transmission is really, really slick. Now, as far as the Corvette, I think it's no questions asked, you gotta have a stick. The sticks are holding up better in value. The manual transmissions are, because those automatics just, they're such slush boxes. On the C5 Corvette, and the automatic did get better with the C6. You've now got paddles. When you go to the C6 and the C7, they really sharpen that up. And then obviously the mid-engine Corvette has a dual clutch transmission, which is just butter. But C5 Corvette, it's a great looking car. It's easy to take care of. It's so much fun. It really looks good. Get it in a manual transmission and you're just gonna have a lot of fun. 350 horsepower is plenty of power. So I've really enjoyed comparing both of these vehicles today. I'm really impressed with both for completely different reasons. And I hope that you can use this video maybe to help you if you're shopping for one of these cars. I wanna thank you so much again for watching Drive It Out. Don't forget to subscribe. Hey guys, it's Adam with Drive It Out, and I am at the 2020 KC International Auto Show, and I am super excited to be here reviewing this car. You guys know what this is. This is the 2020 Corvette. Its long-awaited mid-engine platform is here. This one is the Shadow Gray. Looks really sharp, got the tan interior, and I'm so excited to talk about this car. So if you don't already know, with the mid-engine platform in the back, the whole car has changed. Where the weight is, all of that. You've got a trunk in the front now, or a frunk. They've really stepped up their game with the design as a whole. It's completely different. So engine back here with a beautiful view through the window. Gotta love it. And you can see it behind you when you turn and look over your shoulder when you're sitting in the car. It's absolutely awesome. So we are super excited about this because this is just a whole new world for Corvette to be in. And you just gotta stand back and be in awe of what you get for the price on this car. Now look what they've done with this huge inlet on the side, and it really feeding that engine with air. It's gorgeous. You can get this inlet here. You can get this trim piece in body color or in black. I really like this in black. I think it's a nice touch. Now, I love how the gray contrasted wheels go with this color of car. It's beautiful. The interior has that tan mixed with black, really nice. You've got that big 12-inch LCD display for your gauges. It's awesome. You've got a great display as well in there for your controls. Now, it only comes in the automatic transmission, so the manual transmission is no more. But you know what? It's the new dual clutch transmission in this is getting really high praise for Corvette's first shot at it, and people are really liking and really impressed with what it can do. So you're filling up the gas on this side. Look at these lines. I love how they've brought this line here from the front down across the body, and it kind of resolves into this trim piece and then fades away. Really like that. It really gives it that look, that downward forward look that you've always had with Corvettes. Now, back to the front, you've got the LED on the headlights, and you've got them back. They changed the Corvette flags up a little bit, made them look a little more aggressive for the new body style. The flags always change a little bit on the Corvette. And now you've got multiple radiators up here, and you're getting airflow in the front. Got to get it all the way back there. You've got cooling for the brakes as well. Just really, really impressive, the sharp lines on this car. Just like the C7 had a lot of sharp lines on the hood, they've kind of kept that theme with the front of this car. And the way they resolve those lines in the nose of the car is really, really good looking. But the first thing you think when you walk up to this car is you're really impressed with the stance as a whole. And I have to say that we all wondered for so long what this car was going to look like. There was a lot of renderings out there, and nothing really compares to seeing it in person. The stance of this car, the way they've done each line, they've done such a good job of blending lines together. And like Corvettes have for so long, blending curves with the sharp lines, just the way they do it is absolutely gorgeous. So this car also has the heads-up display. That started with the C5 Corvette way back in '99, I believe, was the first year they had it, and it just keeps improving with every generation. That heads-up display is awesome. Lots and lots of cars have it now, but Chevrolet Corvette does a really good job. You get a lot of information on that heads-up screen. You've got track modes and street modes, and it's fantastic. Also, something that is really cool, when you get the cameras on the front of the car, that does a couple things for you. So it's going to help you watch your curbs up in the front, and it's going to help you. You can actually get the option where you can raise the nose up a little bit so that you have more clearance in the front. But also what you get with your cameras on the front of the car facing forward, if you get the option, is you can data record. If you're driving around a track or something like that, you can record footage of your driving, and it's great for playing back and watching back, which you can do on the display in the car or at home. So look how they had, this is a big difference. Look how, remember on the C7 and the C6 Corvette and the Corvettes prior, how kind of where the side mirrors were at. But on this car, look how they've got to go out so much more, just because you've got a lot more mass back there with the engine in the back that you've got to be able to see around. It's fantastic. So speaking of looking backwards, another thing about this car is it has the digital rear view mirror. So now visibility back when you've got the engine behind you is much more limited, but what's done to resolve that is you can have your rearview mirror in standard mode where you're just looking at it's just like a normal mirror. You're gonna see what you can see, or you can turn it to digital mode, and then it uses the camera right here on the back of the roof, and it gives you a full view of what is behind you in real time. And I really, really, really like that feature. You can see that camera right up here above this window, and I just think that is a fantastic feature. So now we're here at the back. I think it is so cool how they've put the Stingray logo on the top. You know, it was on the sides on the C7, and they're thinking, where do I place this? And I think that's a really nice touch to put it up there, because it kind of gives the side, it doesn't clutter up the side of the car, but you still find a place to put it, and just right there in the middle, it just looks really awesome. You've got that beautiful Corvette script in the back. Now, you know, we don't have round taillights on the back of the Corvette anymore. People, you know, fussed about that a little bit when we first got rid of those, but you still have the double taillights on each side, and they're still unique to the Corvette. And yes, they aren't perfectly round, but they work really well with the lines of this car. They really are beautiful. They've done so much work here thinking about the aerodynamics of this car. Remember the performance you're getting for this car, from this car, for the price that it is. And you look at the subtle touches that they've put on this car everywhere aerodynamically. And look what they've done with this diffuser down here on the bottom. They've worked so hard on getting air to flow through and under exactly the way that they want it. You've got square instead of round tailpipes. You still got the quad exhaust that Corvette has had since the C5. It looks really good, but for the first time they've taken it from the middle of the car back out to the sides. The exhaust hasn't been out on the sides of the back of the car since the C4 Corvette. So, but this diffuser down here, really aggressive, really help keep your tail down when you're in a performance driving situation, and just gorgeous. And I actually like this rear end of this one with no spoiler, just a really, really clean look. So it's hard to tell with the gray, but you see a lot of the gloss black trim features around the car, around the taillights, around the inlet here, and around the engine compartment. Just really, really gorgeous. So the base model, if you don't already know, 490 horsepower out of the base model. But most people are optioning for the Z51 package. You get 495, you get the different suspension, the more performance suspension, and most people are taking the trim up when they're ordering these things. So many people are ordering these things right now, and I think the average is going to be way up above the base price of the $59,900 that gets you in the door. But with a base car, you still get so much out of this car. You have a mechanical limited slip differential in this car if you get the base model, and once you go up to the higher performance options, you get the electronic limited slip. But just so cool that Corvette finally did this, and they really took their time, I think, to do it in a way where they really just wanted to hit a home run with it, and I think they've done it. I do miss the manual transmission. Who knows, maybe they'll bring it back in the future, but for now, dual clutch transmission in this, great performance. Awesome paddle shifters on there. You're gonna run through those gears and you're gonna love it. The seats in this car, they're giving you so many options on this car already. You got 3 seat options. You can get the seat belts to match the color of the car. You can get the seat belts in whatever color you want. It's such a gorgeous car. We're so excited to see it and review it for the first time here at Drive It Out. We can't wait to get one out on the road. But if you can find your way to an auto show this year or to your local dealer, you need to check this car out, because what they've done with this car is just so fantastic. The interior is so unique and so driver focused. Everything they've done in there, it just feels like you're in a cockpit. I know that's said a lot about a lot of sports cars, but this truly has that feel. And it's very impressive. I'm excited with where they're gonna go with this car. You know, they've just got the base Stingray out now, but you know they're gonna come out with something higher. The Z06, there's rumors of all the power it's gonna have, and the sky is the limit with this car, and I think they've started in a really great spot. So really like this car, like this color combo. Thank you so much for watching this review. Thank you for watching Drive It Out, and don't forget to subscribe. We will see you next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam, and we are at SEMA 2021. So excited to be here. Right now we are in the Chevy booth, and I wanted to point out kind of a hidden gem over here. It's not hidden, it's out in the open, but it kind of gets overlooked just a little bit because obviously, as you know, the Z06 is here, and we've got a couple awesome Z06s over there, but this one here caught my eye, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. Now, if you're familiar with Corvettes, you may know that you can get a GTLM Corvette. They've offered that. That's the kind of the tribute cars to the C8R race car, and those only come in the yellow or the gray. But if you don't want to put out the dough for one of those, or you can't get in line in time for one of those, they're kind of limited edition, I think this is a great option. Now, you'll notice this is white, but you can get this in any color. This is a Stingray R. So this is a 2022 Corvette Stingray. They started offering this Stingray R thing in the middle of 2021. What is it? What's it all about? Well, I tell you what, it gets you this package. This is basically a decal package that goes on the Corvette Stingray that is this tribute to the race car. So you will see the Jake skull on here, and this is a really cool detail. If you look at the details, there's actually tiny little Corvette flags that make up this whole decal here, and the really awesome Jake skull from the C8. Now, this is, like I said, your standard Stingray. So you've got the 6.2 liter V8 with the 495 horsepower, and you know you've got that 8-speed dual clutch transmission, but the carbon fiber package that's on this car makes it really sharp. I actually am liking the white with the black. So you've got the carbon fiber roof panel and all of that. Now notice down here, this is where they've put the Stingray R decal down here below the rocker here, and it looks really sharp in here. And just imagine you could get this car in the yellow or the gray, and you would have 90% of the look or more of what you'd get on one of those GTLM cars. But they do have a few concept parts that they have put on this car that are really cool. This car has the engine appearance package, but they've added a few things. Notice the suede trunk back here. That's awesome. That kind of brings in the materials from the interior back here, as well as this brace over the engine bay. That is a concept part. Hopefully that will come to production because it's getting really good response. But as you see, it's got the Jake skull in the middle there as well. But they do such a good job of planting the Corvette flags and all these little parts. They've got this side brace here below the hood here that actually has Corvette flags integrated into it in the middle. But this is unique because it's not just your average Stingray, it's the Stingray R package. It's a looks deal on this car, but I think it really sets off what this car can be, and it pays tribute to the race car in some ways if you're a really big fan of Corvette racing, which Corvette racing has such an awesome history that it's developed, and how well it's doing now is so great. And so to put a little taste of that on your new Corvette, I just think is really stellar. So, but anyway, didn't want to overlook this car. 2022 Corvette Stingray with the Stingray R decal package. I'm really liking the Jake skull and the racing accents on this. Looks really sharp. So I just wanted to show you this car, but we're gonna go look here at some more. There's lots to see here in the Chevy booth and at the rest of the SEMA show. Thank you so much for joining us for another video here. Again, my name is Adam. This has been Drive It Out. You found us on YouTube, but look for us also on Instagram at Drive It Out, and I am on Instagram at Naturally Aspirated Adam. Please don't forget to subscribe, and we will see you next time. Today, we are reviewing the C6 Corvette. Now, C6 stands for Corvette 6th generation. So this car has been around since the 50s. This is the 6th iteration of it. Now, we love the C7 Corvette that comes after this. We love the C8 Corvette and all of its mid-engine madness. That's great. But the C6 Corvette ran from 2005 to 2013, and it still looks good. I think the exterior design has really carried over well. But it's a great bargain, great performance for the price. So let's talk about it a little bit, starting with the design on the outside. Now, the C6 Corvette started in 05. Chevrolet took away the pop-up headlights, something that Corvette had had for a long time, since 1963 in fact. And a lot of Corvette enthusiasts kind of griped about that. Like any car that has a large enthusiast following, when you change something big like that, there's going to be people who don't like it. You know, there are people who don't like that the engine moved to behind the seats with the C8 Corvette, but you know what? They're going to drive it, they're going to love it, they're going to get over it. So this car had HID headlights standard for the first time on a Corvette, and not pop up anymore. I think they've got a nice sleek design. They look really good. They did that for aerodynamic purposes, so especially when driving at night. So right away when you look at the front of the car, it's a Corvette. You know it's a Corvette. You see it coming a mile away, you know it's a Corvette. Maybe you know the car well, but if you don't, you know, why have they always been so low? They always have that low front end because they rely on an old formula that they've perfected, and that is the push rod V8. So there's a lot of cars tout newer technology, newer engine technology. Corvette is always stuck with that push rod V8 in the front, no overhead cams. It allows you to keep that really low hood line, and that's where you get the maintain the aerodynamics for performance, major performance, and for great fuel economy actually for a performance vehicle. So I love the low hood lines. It makes visibility out of the car just fantastic. You do sit really low in the car, but you can see a lot out the front, and it just makes great when you're going into your turns and you keep an eye on the corners of the front of your car. It's just great. So now, like everything in the mid-2000s, design started becoming very minimalist, especially on American cars. You got a lot of big square bodies, a lot of flat plain panels on cars. And so the mid-2000s when the C6 came out, it definitely was a little more minimalist than the C5 that came before it. But I think they did a great job of maintaining the curviness, those Coke bottle curves that Corvettes are known for, while still putting some nice sharp edges on it and minimalizing the design a little bit. It still really looks great. So let's go around to the side of the car and we'll talk about it from that side. So now we're on the side of the car. I really love what they did. You can see here where they blended the sharp edges of the design with the curves, and I think they pulled that off really well. So it's said that this particular generation Corvette, the design was inspired by the F-22 Raptor, the fighter jet, and you can definitely see that in the lines on the side of the car and that inlet there. So one of the ways that the Corvette gets its downward look, that downward sloping look that it has, is it puts smaller wheels in the front than they do in the back. That's a great, easy way to do that. So on this particular model, you've got 18-inch wheels in the front and 19s in the back. This particular car is the base model coupe. This one's a 3LT, so it's a high trim level, but it's the base model. So you really get the minimalist design, and I actually really like that on this car. So This one is a coupe. You got the removable hardtop. You also had the option for the soft top convertible. They took away the option that you had in the prior generation where you had the fixed roof coupe, that there was no removable hardtop on that version. They took that option away. A lot of people like that version. But this car, really good, clean lines. I really like what they did on the side. Just a really classic, good looking design. So let's go around the back and talk about what they did in the back. So now we're at the back end of the car. So you see, the first thing you notice is the iconic double tail lights. So this car has a long history. The 1950s, 1953, the car debuted. 1955, we got the V8. Shortly after that, we got fuel injection. But in 1961, you got the introduction of those iconic double tail lights on each side. So that has remained all the way up through this model. This is the C6 Corvette, 6th generation. This one in particular is a 2008, and you've got these tail lights you see from a mile away, and you know that's a Corvette. So something else to look at, you've got the quad outlet exhaust down here. You got 4 exhaust tips. Now this one in particular has the performance exhaust. So what that means is you've got butterfly valves and the center 2 exhaust tips. Those open up when you get really hard on the throttle. It sounds better and you get a little more performance out of it. So if you got the performance exhaust option in the C6 Corvette, you got 6 more horsepower. So that takes this particular car from 430 to 436 horsepower. And a lot of guys, what they do is they lock the butterfly valves. There's an easy way to do it. You lock the butterfly valves open, and then the car is just nice and noisy all the time. But it sounds really good. The LS motor in this car just sounds excellent, and that performance exhaust really helps bring out that sound. So you've got the air diffuser down here, and the reverse lights are way down here. You've got that beautiful Corvette script right here. And this car, we talked a lot about the aerodynamics going over the top of the car, but aerodynamics, people also have to think about the air flowing under the car, over the car, around the car, and under the car. And that is really something that this design takes advantage of. Really low in the front, so you minimize the amount of air coming underneath, but what does get to come underneath and make it toward the back, they design this setup to where it comes out in the most efficient way. So that, again, they're thinking about performance and fuel economy all the way to the back of the car. So we've opened up the iconic Corvette clamshell hood, and underneath we see this particular car is a 2008, and they've got the LS3 motor in here. Now starting in 2005 with this generation, you had the LS2. 400 horsepower was the output on that motor. They ran that through 07, and then in 08 they jumped from a 6-liter displacement up to the 6.2-liter displacement in the LS3. So you've got the 430 horsepower output on the base model, and again this one 436 with that performance exhaust. So, but again, you've got that old formula of the pushrod V8, but it fits in here nicely. It allows you to have the low lines on that hood. Sounds great, loves to breathe, loves to run, but yet still really reliable and great fuel economy with the way they've got it paired to this 6-speed manual transmission. So something cool about the C6 Corvette is they got rid of traditional door handles and they went to these electric door handles. They actually have an electronic pad in here. So you reach in and there's an electronic pad in here, a button, you push it, the door electronically pops open. You've got no door lock here that goes up and down. It's actually a little light. So when you lock the car, this little red light will flash. When you push the button to open the door, the red light flashes as well. But perhaps my favorite part is they've left you a little edge here to shut the door without putting your handprints on the paint. So now we're inside the C6 Corvette, and the first thing you notice is that beautiful view out the front. I love seeing those curves over the front wheels. Those arch fenders are just awesome. So I love that view out of the front. But when you're inside, the driving position here is great. You obviously notice that you're really low to the ground, and you know, the visibility is actually really good out of this car. So again, you get to look down that hood, and it's great. But they've really thought about this as a driver-focused interior, which makes sense. It's a performance car, it's considered a driver's car, but again, you get that cockpit feel. So
I've got my seat where I really like it. That wasn't hard to do. I was able to find that position really easily. This is not the automatic, so I don't have the paddle shifters, but it's a great place to put your hands here, and you've got a short shift over to the shifter. You've got a short throw of your hand over the shifter, but the gauges are clear. Everything over here is clear, but again, that's not too important because they've done a good job of making sure you can keep your eyes forward. So not only you have a good classic clear looking gauge cluster, but you have the heads up display on this car. So if you don't know what that is this projection system that they've made where they can display your information out in front of you above the hood, and it's fantastic. So that again was inspired by fighter pilots and technology in fighter jets, and they actually debuted it in Corvettes in the C5 model, and they were doing that in the late 90s, and it's something that people have really fallen in love with, and it just gets better with every generation. So you can be driving, you can display your speed as well as other information out the front depending on whether you're in street mode or track mode. So I like street mode. You see your speed, your RPMs, and then when you start changing things on your stereo, you know, you're changing volume or flipping through radio stations if you're on a road trip or something, it'll display that information out in front of you, and it's actually really nice for being able to keep your eyes on the road and be able to do a lot functional things down here without looking down. So, but you put it in track mode and you're going to display all kinds of information, as well as a G meter. It's got a G meter. That's very, very cool. So when you're in a performance driving situation on track or street, that's a lot of fun. So anyway, but when you think of the C6 Corvette, it's commonly thought, people will talk about the desired materials inside the car just are not there. So this car is nicknamed the Plastic Fantastic. A lot of people refer to Corvettes that way. I get it. That's fitting. There's a lot of plastic in here, but it's a performance car. You want to keep weight down. You want to use materials that are light. But the materials that they've chosen specifically in here, the plastics, leave something to be desired. So you will hear a plastic creak every now and then. But you know what? When you're driving, all is forgiven because you just hear that engine under the hood, that nice V8. And especially if you've got the top off, you're driving around enjoying yourself, none of that stuff matters. So the driving experience in this car, it's really easy to forgive the shortcomings inside the car. So the center stack on this one in particular is just the base center stack. You do not have the navigation screen, which I'm actually okay with. The navigation screen on the C6 Corvette was not liked by a lot of people. It aged very, very poorly. So a lot of people, that's the first thing they replace, and they, you know, companies know that, and they designed stereos to put in here that are great and get you up to date really easy. You know, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, all of that, touchscreen, Bluetooth, all of that. That's a lot of times the first thing people change. But in this particular car, you actually do have the upgraded stereo system, the Bose sound system, and it actually sounds really good, really clear in here. It's a small cabin. You have a small area to fill with sound, and it just sounds really good in here. So, but I like where the shifter's at. I have a great place to rest my arm if I'm driving in a leisurely fashion. There's nothing worse than getting in a car, putting your hand on the shifter, and you're like, what do I do with my elbow? And you know, here they brought the interior up around the driver. It's easy to be in here. You got a great place for your arms, a great place to sit, and I really like it. Another thing that they introduced in 2005 with the C6 Corvette is push button start. So that is a very cool feature, especially back in 2005. It was very nice to have. So let's start this thing up. All right, so we're driving, and the first thing I have to say is I'm reminded quickly, you know, you go over bumps in this car, and this car, when it comes from the factory, comes with run flats on it. And you know, run flats are great, but they're hard. They have a really hard sidewall, and you definitely feel that. So this car has gone the way that most Corvette owners have, and they've put the Michelin Pilot Sports on here, and man, it makes a lot of difference. So it's a much more comfortable ride, plus they're better for performance just because they're a little softer. But Pilot Sport, has the all-season tires, but it's a really comfortable ride for being a low sports car. So this isn't going to ride like a Cadillac. You know, you're going to feel the bumps, but that's just part of the experience. So now this has multiple drive modes, but I'm just in your standard mode. You start the car, you drive, all the nannies are on. So you've got traction control on, stability control on, all of that. But man, the steering's nice and tight. And you just feel like the front end is going to go exactly where you want it to go. Now, with having that long front end, unlike a mid-engine car, you have the mid-engine car, that steering, when you do it, you instantly see the front end of the car going exactly where you're putting it in that moment. And when you have the front engine and you've got that long nose out there, you turn the wheel, you almost see, it almost feels like you're dragging the nose of the car one direction with you, and that's just kind of the nature of it. But, you know, one thing that Corvette has done well is they've made it a car, they pride themselves in this, they make it a car that is great on the street and can be driven straight onto the track and be great on the track. So you can daily drive this car with no problems, you know, unless you are in an environment where you deal with really bad weather, then you can absolutely day drive this car. Now, I don't recommend driving it in the rain or the snow because it's just not as much fun. You know, you have a lot of power and it almost becomes work. It almost becomes a chore just to keep the thing wrangled in. But you can definitely day drive this car. It's a comfortable seat, comfortable seating position, and for a sports car, I think the ride is pretty forgiving. So, but the power is there. You can feel it. The power is there. Anytime you want to use it, you just take off and you use the power. And it's so accessible. I love the way it revs, the way it sounds. The torque band is huge. The torque is there all the time. You know, there's a lot of great sports cars out there that have a turbocharged V6 or a turbocharged 4-cylinder, and those are great. I mean, once you taste the turbo, you always want more. You know, that's great. But if you don't want to wait for that torque and you want to have it all the time, this is the way to do it. So, again, this is a simple formula. It's an LS motor. It's a pushrod V8. Really good low-end torque. It's reliable. It's easy to work on. You see these C6 Corvettes with lots and lots of miles on them now, and they just keep running. And they're not going to nickel and dime you like a German car or something like that. I'm really impressed with the feel of the car when you're driving it. It feels very solid, and it's really easy to drive. You know, you have a lot of power, and it's an easy clutch to use if you want to drive the stick. I prefer a manual in this car. But it's very easy manual transmission to get used to. The clutch is very forgiving because you've got all that torque to keep you rolling forward. So, but the shifter feels good. Some people really prefer really short shift, and so some people will put shorter shifters in these. But from the factory as it is, I think it's really nice. So, but you will notice as you drive this car, especially this one being red, you know, it's going to catch people's eyes. You know, you really want to make sure that you're behaving yourself a lot of times. I've been driving this around town, and I gotta say, just at the end of the day, you're driving a Corvette, it's easy to get around town. It is low to the ground. You got to watch yourself on bumps and dips, things like that, but you know, overall, they've designed it, you know, knowing that you're going to run into that stuff on the street, and it's a great car for the road. So, really enjoying it. And you're driving a Corvette. It's great. You get you know, you get looks from people. People really like it. But you know, you see other Corvettes and you get the wave. That's great. It's kind of like being in a Jeep. You know, it's something that people like. You know, they see it. They know it's America's sports car, and it's great. So. Really, really fun to drive. So, if you're looking for a lot of performance, you're willing to buy used, and you know, $20,000-$30,000 is what you're looking to spend, it's really hard to overlook the Corvette, the C6 Corvette. So, you could get yourself, you know, an older Porsche. You could get yourself, you know, like a Nissan 370Z. You can get yourself into an older Viper if you wanted to. You can kind of go all over the place. There's no direct competitor really for the Corvette. You know, Ford jumped straight from the Mustang to the Ford GT. There's nothing that's really directly a competitor to the Corvette. Dodges had the Viper on and off, and that was always a competitor for the Corvette. But the Corvette just sits kind of right in the middle of those two camps, right between supercar and muscle car, and it's just a good all-around sports car for daily driving, almost supercar performance, reasonable price, and a reliable car to own. It's just an option that I think you really have to look at. We are going to take the top off, drive a little bit with the top off, and then we're going to sum this up and close this out. You've got to drive it with the top off anytime that you can.
This has been the C6 Corvette, and to sum it up, we really think this is just a great bargain. You cannot beat it. The performance you get, the livability you get in this car, the great styling, its capabilities for kind of all-around living, good room to store things in the back, you can take it on road trips and get good gas mileage, you can live with it in the city, really easy, fun car to drive. Really gets high praise from us here at Drive It Out. This has been a really fun test drive. Thank you for watching.
Hey everyone, it's Adam here with Drive It Out, and I am at a very awesome place. I am at the 2025 Chicago Auto Show, and they have put together a fantastic show here. But what I want to look at right now is how about all the trims of the new C8 Corvette. You can't often go to a place where you can compare all the trims side by side, right? From the base model, the Stingray, all the way up to the ZR1. So let's do that now. Let's go over here. Let's start here, right? This is your Stingray, right? Your base Stingray. And now you guys know, as a former owner of a red Corvette, I am a sucker for a base model, just a good, clean looking red base model, good power. Oh, that good sound of that V8. This is the coupe, so you've got that removable hard top, that target top. And you look behind you in the rearview mirror and through that glass, and you can see that V8 engine. Guys, the Corvette is an amazing machine. We've done a lot of videos on the Corvette. Remember, this car's been around for 70 years, and it is looking as good as ever, as aggressive as ever, as sharp as ever. And guys, the C8 is still such an amazing bargain. I don't care what trim you go for it in, it's amazing. But this is the base Stingray, right? So you're talking about a 500 horsepower car, 495 to be exact. This one here is a 3LT trim level. The total vehicle price on this one here is spec'd at $94,000, but you don't have to spend that much to get yourself into a base Stingray. You can spend quite a bit less. Guys, it's so sharp, and there's nothing quite like a red Corvette. You gotta love it. Now, if you're gonna step up from the base, maybe you wanna go to an E-Ray. That's something unique, right? The E-Ray is a new thing, right, for Corvette. Now this offers a hybrid powertrain, the E all-wheel drive system. That's right. So you're talking about adding the functionality of all-wheel drive to a Corvette, and it is looking really sharp. Now there are a lot of unique cues here on the E-Ray, one of which is going to be this body colored side inlet here. It kind of has that look like the Z06 and the ZR1 with this blade here, this side inlet, but it's looking really sharp. Everything is body colored on this, most of the trim, you know, so you get everything is blue here on the front. The front end is unique to the E-Ray, but what the E-Ray is going to do for you is it's going to give you some of that added functionality with that all-wheel drive, so you can actually drive the front wheels on this vehicle, but you still have that lovely V8 there in the back window. As we're just Corvette fans, and I have all four here in front of me right now, and I want to look at all of them. So look, this has got your black interior with that nice white stitching, got some carbon fiber touches in the seats. This is really good looking, very sharp. I'm loving the blue. It's a very deep blue. That is the E-Ray. Now let's move over. Maybe you want to do a track thing, right? Let's go over here, and we have found the orange Z06 convertible. Now the Z06, I was saying, is a track weapon. Look at that carbon fiber on the wheels right there. That's looking really sharp. Z06 is where they really introduced this very aggressive looking front end, and it's very, very sharp. They've got great colors here. I'm loving the red and the blue and the orange. We're gonna get over there to the black one. And what Corvette has said is they kind of said, you know, the Z06 is kind of a scalpel for the track. If you're really gonna get on track, you're gonna do some things, this is your weapon of choice. This is your machine, and it's looking very sharp. Now, again, when you get the convertible, you can't see that engine there in the back, but you know it's back there. That's right, this is a mid-engine exotic car now. All right, so we've looked at these 3 trim levels. Let's check out the new one, right? This is the mighty ZR1. Guys, look what they've done with this chassis. Look what this vehicle is capable of. Guys, this is a factory car that has over 1,000 horsepower, 1,064 horsepower. This vehicle is capable, if it's set up correctly, of going 233 miles per hour. I said that right, I am not mistaken. 233 miles an hour, and that is insane for a car that starts at, the stated starting price is $174,995, and you are getting $1 million performance here. That is what makes the ZR1 special, and frankly, every Corvette, right? Is because the performance that you get for the money you pay, the experience you get, this ultimate exotic car experience, this is gonna be a supercar experience here with the ZR1. It is so amazing. And I tell you what, for that price, the amount of performance you're getting is just simply unparalleled. This is quite a machine. You guys may have seen our video on the yellow ZR1 that was at the Detroit Auto Show. And again, we're here in Chicago now, and I saw this black one. I'm like, I've got to get that one on camera. It looks pretty wild with the blue stripes, the blue wheels. It's looking really good. They've carried on that blue into the interior as well. And this vehicle is just looking great. Guys, I always want to take a chance to stop and talk about Corvette, because I don't want us to forget how special this vehicle is, because we definitely are living in a time where the Corvette has evolved to this crazy, wild machine, right? 70 years of Corvette. That's crazy. Now, we did a video where we drove every generation of the Corvette in one day. We drove all 8 from C1 all the way to C8. We drove them in one day. And that was a video that took a lot of doing to make it. There was some work, but we got it done, and I have never had so much fun in my life as I did that day. It was a dream come true to drive all 8 generations of this car. Please check out that video. It's over an hour long, but we go through these generations of the Corvette in detail, all the way up here to the mighty C8, what it is now, and then that is the ultimate expression over there of what the C8 has become. That's right, the ZR1. But I'm gonna go back over here where I started, which is this beautiful red Corvette. It's making me miss my red Corvette. I will have another one someday, I guarantee it. But we did a detailed review on the base model C8 as well, and it is a red one. It looks just like this and is very sharp. Check that video out as well. I will put the links in the description and at the end of this video. So guys, I am here at Chicago Auto Show again. I'll tell you that, and just to have all the trims here, I wanted to go through them. Oh wait, there's one more here. This one's half off, right? Okay, that's kind of a joke. It's a cutaway, so half the car has been cut away, so you can really see what is in there. And this is that new ZR1. Look at the blue in there. That lets you know that this is a ZR1. That's special and unique to the ZR1. So cool. It's a hard work to make a cutaway. I've seen some really good cutaways in the past, even cutaways outside of the automotive industry, in other things, other industries, engines, other parts and pieces. And to do a good cutaway takes some real craftsmanship, and they did an excellent job on this one. So anyway, guys, I will leave you with looking at this cutaway. Please check out our other videos from here at the Chicago Auto Show. Again, this is Drive It Out. My name is Adam. You can find us on Instagram at Drive It Out. We have many other Corvette videos and lots of Corvette content. Please check that out. But we are also filming a lot of other things here at the Chicago Auto Show. Check out our other videos from the show. I'm personally on Instagram at Naturally Aspirated Adam. Thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we will see you in the next review. Hey everyone, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam and we are at the North American International Auto Show here in Detroit, Michigan. I tell you what, I am super stoked because this is the C8 Corvette E-Ray. That's right, so we have our first Corvette with hybrid power. This is a big deal. Let's talk about this a little bit. If you haven't seen an E-Ray, first of all, I'm glad you're seeing this one because I really like the color scheme. That white with the blue stripes is very sharp. But check this out. This Corvette is hybrid, all-wheel drive. It's got an electric motor in the front where you can run just on the electric motor if you need to for a short stint. If you don't want to wake the neighbors and you want to leave your house quietly, you can do that with this vehicle and just drive the front wheels for a short distance until you get out of the neighborhood. Then you can let all hell break loose and do your thing with the entire powertrain. But I tell you what, the C8 Corvette is already an amazing vehicle. You have seen us cover the C8 quite a bit here on our channel because it is a really big deal. Remember, anytime you're looking at a Corvette, this vehicle has been around for 70 years. That is a long time. That is the longest running continuously made passenger car, and you can see why, because it is unlike anything else. I tell you what, anytime I see a Corvette, whether new or old, but especially on these new ones, you just see that, and they are, General Motors is flexing. This is an amazing American machine. So tell you what, you know that you can get a standard Stingray, you know that you can get a Z06, which has an amazingly naturally aspirated V8 that revs to the moon, right? But this here has the engine from the Stingray, 495 horsepower, right? But you're gonna add the electric motor in the front for a total output of 655 horsepower. And you're talking about something that is all-wheel drive. So this being E-Ray, when should you buy the E-Ray? Well, General Motors has kind of alluded to the fact that, listen, if you want the E-Ray, you want all-wheel drive Corvette that's kind of an all year round Corvette, if there is such a thing, that's kind of what this is geared for. If you really want a track weapon, then you want the Z06. Not that this wouldn't be fun on the track, it absolutely would, but it's different, right? The Z06 is made to carve up the track. That is its purpose for being. This here, the E-Ray, is a little bit different. You're gonna all the comforts, the creature comforts that you're gonna want, because this is a 3LZ, right? That's a very high trim. So this being a convertible and a 3LZ, the MSRP for this car starts at $122,000, right, for the convertible 3LZ. But I tell you what, you're getting all of the things, right? You get the magnetic ride. This one has the carbon fiber wheels, and you're getting the carbon ceramic brakes and all of that. I tell you, it's a lot of money, but you're getting a lot of car. If you get an E-Ray, I tell you what, you would just feel like there's nothing I can't do. And it doesn't matter what time of year it is, really. So the E-Ray is a very unique addition to the lineup for Corvette, and I can't ignore it. And especially when it's sitting here with the white and the blue stripes, it's so good looking. So if you guys are a fan of the new C8 Corvette, I tell you what, you gotta find a way to get a look at an E-Ray because it's a unique animal all its own, and we're really big fans of it here at Drive It Out. And again, we've covered the Corvette extensively, we've covered the C8 extensively. We have a video where we drove all 8 generations of this Corvette, of the Corvette, in one day. This car, there's 70 years of history there, and we experienced it all in one day. That was amazing. But this is on the cutting edge, the leading edge of what they're doing at General Motors with the Corvette now. And it's exciting to think about what the future holds for this car as it continues to go down the road. So thank you guys so much for watching. Again, we're here at the Detroit Auto Show and we're covering lots here. I hope you check out our other videos from the auto show here in Detroit. Thank you for watching this one, and we will see you guys in the next review. Hey everyone, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam. And here at Drive It Out, you know that we are all about preserving the love of the driving experience. So yes, we do car reviews here. We do in-depth reviews. We do head-to-head comparison reviews of vehicles, and we do walk-around reviews of some of the greatest and latest vehicles around at some of the major auto shows here in the United States. But we have this playlist over here on the channel specifically for driving adventures, driving experiences, because at the end of the day, that is what car ownership is all about. What creates the nostalgia around a vehicle that is part of your automotive enthusiasm is by having great experiences with a specific vehicle. So if you have a vehicle you've aspired to for a long time and then you finally get it, but you don't really do anything with it, it just sits in the garage and you polish it and you don't want to take it out or do anything with it, your love of living life with that vehicle is going to fade eventually. You really need to have great driving experiences with the vehicles that you own. So specifically today, I want to talk about the Corvette ownership experience, specifically taking that vehicle. It's got wheels on it for a reason, and you need to get on the road with it and go do something amazing on road and or track. Maybe you are an aspiring Corvette owner, or maybe you are a new Corvette owner. I'm talking to you. Now listen, I was a Corvette fan for 30 years. I've been a Corvette enthusiast, but I finally got my Corvette not that long ago. I had it for 3.5 years, and I loved every minute of my ownership with that. My mom as well, she is a car enthusiast and has been for many years. She finally got a Corvette. She got a black C5, and we had these vehicles at the same kind of moment in time, and it was so cool to share that love for Corvette at the same time. I have a very good friend, my best friend. He lives in Denver, Colorado. I am in Kansas City, Missouri. We grew up together, and we both always dreamed of having red Corvettes. He finally got one in recent years, and so my childhood dreams of Corvette ownership finally all came to fruition in recent years, and I really want to talk about it. I had a lot of footage in the can for this, but I specifically want to talk about a driving adventure that is specific to Corvette ownership. I tell you what, you'll see in this footage, we are road tripping. Kansas City is 500 miles away from Bowling Green, Kentucky, and that is where the National Corvette Museum is. That is where the factory is, where they make the Corvette. And at the Corvette Museum, in recent years, they built the track. That's right, you can get your car out on the track, NCM Motorsports Park. And I tell you what, that is specifically the main experience I want to talk about. You really needing to have, and that I hope you have if you have a Corvette, and that is a track experience. Listen, Corvettes are amazing cars. They're so versatile. They can do so many things. I mean, I've done this multiple times. I've been to the Corvette Museum multiple times, but this specific trip you're looking at now with my mom, listen, that's a car. That's an 02 C5 Corvette. The car was 20 years old. We got up in the morning, got in it, drove 500 miles to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and didn't worry about a thing. Just drove 500 miles in that car, drove straight onto the track, and did a track experience. And then after that, we went out on the town that night and got some dinner and had some fun. And then the next day, we road tripped it back home. And you never worried about a thing. The car was ready for all of it. We were able to pack all of our stuff in it and all of that. But she had never been on track before. That's something I had been telling her for years. You've got to do. It's so much fun. You really learn what your car was designed and made to do. The engineers that work on these vehicles work so hard. So if you are, like I said, looking to own a Corvette, or you do own one now, this is something that you have to do. Corvette has done such a good job of creating this area around the museum and around the factory where you can experience this car in such a great way from all avenues. And you can go in the museum and you can look at all the history of the vehicle. So listen, why is it important to get your car on track? No, listen. When they design a new car, a Corvette or another sports car, whatever you're thinking of, they are testing and developing these vehicles not only on the road, but on the track, because they are looking to be performance vehicles in all facets. So you're talking about not just power and acceleration, but you're talking about braking, you're talking about car balance, you're talking about handling, you're talking about weight transfer in a vehicle, and they're figuring out the suspension components and how is this car going to behave, what is its attitude and demeanor going to be on a track when you're throwing it into a corner at high speed and ripping out of a corner at high speed as well. Now, this is such an amazing experience, because I'm talking to people now who've never been on track. Now, there are people who own Corvettes or other sports cars who've spent tons of hours on tracks. I get that. That's great. But the people I'm talking to specifically are maybe people who have never been on track before, and they have this nice car they found themselves with finally that they've wanted. And like, how do I get the most out of this ownership experience? And while the Corvette can do it, you can experience that ownership life by throwing your golf clubs in the back and going to the golf course every weekend. That's great. The Corvette will do it. It's an amazing sports car because you can fit that stuff in there. But if you really want to fall in love with the car all over again, even after the purchasing experience, it's about getting on track with that car, because that's where you're going to get closer to experiencing the edges of the vehicle. So you saw my mom there at the end of her track experience. She was smiling ear to ear. Now we're looking at footage from a different time. This is when I went and I met my friend Brad in 2019 at the National Corvette Museum, because now he was not just taking his Corvette, someone taking his Corvette like me and traveling to the Corvette Museum because it's something you want to do, is go there with your car at some point in your ownership experience. But he was taking part in the new ownership experience, the receiving experience. So you can get museum delivery of your new Corvette if you purchase a Corvette. And when you do that, you get to go to the Corvette Museum and pick up your vehicle fresh from the factory right there. It's a fantastic experience. We'll talk more about that in a second. But when I went there for that trip, part of what they do as a new owner of the Corvette is they let you get out and have a track experience. So what I did in my C6 is I paid for some track time so that I could get on the track at the same time as him. And you see him up there. He's in that silver C7 Corvette. This is 2019. He was purchasing a 2019 Z06, and he went out there and he got some track time. So not only did I get to have my car out there on the track, but I was enjoying getting to watch him have that experience as well. So get that track experience. It can be done there at the Corvette Museum. But now you see, this was Brad, and he was receiving his 2019 Corvette Z06 at the museum. And what a great experience that was. I got to shadow him during this experience, and he had a personal Corvette kind of concierge there with him, who was like a living, breathing owner's manual, who walked him through every little thing about his vehicle. So before he even got in it and drove away in it for the first time, he had that car really fitting him like a glove. They spent hours with him going over that car, and then got a personal tour through the museum. But here you see footage of us. I'm filming Brad, and he is getting to exit the museum in his brand new car. His Corvette person for the day is taking him out the famous garage door, that bay door there at the end of the hall, and you pull out in front of the Corvette mural, and then you are let loose and set free with your brand new car for the first time. And it's so cool to see ownerships initially take their vehicles for the first time in this way, because they're really getting to learn the car so much, so that when they get in it and start driving, all the little things are kind of already taken care of. They've learned all the buttons and all the settings, and they've got the gauge cluster set up the way they want, and they have the center stack and the screen set up the way they want there. They've got their seats and their memory seats all done. They aren't sitting there questioning how to use the climate control, or where's the button to open the trunk, or how do I get the gas tank open to put gas in this, or whatever it is. But knowing those little things first, if this is your first time getting this vehicle, everybody needs to learn these things, right? But rather than picking up your car at the dealership and then going and learning those things on the fly, you can know all that stuff first before you even take off. And I tell you what, that was really cool to see him get to experience that. But I tell you what, if you've never been to the Corvette Museum, you're seeing images here of touring through the Corvette Museum. They had a big sinkhole in 2014 that you can watch, look at online. That was a real famous event, and now you can look down through the floor at how deep the sinkhole went. That was a major event. That sinkhole swallowed up a lot of cars early one morning. Luckily, no people were in there, and they were able to repair some of those Corvettes, and some of them they weren't. You'll also get to look at a lot of Corvette history and past concept cars, and you learn how the car was developed and where it came from, the idea of where it came from, where the name came from. It's just such a great way to experience Corvette and everything it's all about, kind of all in one spot. And you can do it in many ways. If you're doing it taking delivery of a new car, or if you just want to go there in your car. Let's say you want to drive there in whatever car, just get yourself to the Corvette Museum. You can pay to go have track experience in one of the museum's cars. And in one of their new Corvettes, you can pay for ride-alongs with a professional driver. You can take pretty extensive classes if you want to pay for more extensive time there to really learn how to drive on track and pull that performance out of that vehicle and out of yourself. That's really what it's about. So listen, guys, this is something that we've done a lot of Corvette content here on the channel, but this is something that I kind of passed over and hadn't talked in detail yet. And I just didn't want to go any further in all these driving experiences that we have coming up here on this part of the channel without getting these last details out for Corvette. I've been around Corvettes for many, many, many years. You have no idea. And if you watch our 8th generation drive of the Corvette that we recently put out, where I drove all in one day, that was a dream come true. You can kind of tell that I'm a big Corvette fanboy. I always have been, and I kind of know the car's history inside and out. But you don't have to know all that to really be a Corvette guy, or to really be a Corvette girl, or feel like you're part of the club. The point is, whatever car you have or you're getting, whatever sports car it is, I hope that you really take it and make it your own. And a big part of that is going on adventures with it, having experiences in it. But specifically, if you have a sports car, performance car of some kind, you really need to look at doing a track experience, because it is unlike anything else you've experienced in that vehicle. Driving on the road, you're not going to experience the same things. You're just not. But Corvettes are unbelievable vehicles. Obviously, they went through a major change this last generation. They're a mid-engine car now. They truly are an American exotic car. They're an American supercar. And whatever year or generation of Corvette you're getting, you really need to do a driving experience in your car, because it's so fantastic. I've been back and forth to Bowling Green, Kentucky many times, and it's worth it every single time. But check out our 8th generation Corvette video where I drive all generations in one day and kind of compare them, because comparing those cars in real time is an amazing thing to do, to experience that kind of evolution through a car all in one moment. But thank you guys for watching this video. I hope you come back to the channel. Look for more driving experiences coming soon. Again, I've got a Porsche one coming up, a BMW one coming up. I really enjoyed my one with the Toyota Winter Driving School last year as well. So thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
All right, guys, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam, and we are so excited to be here at the 2021 SEMA show. And you've got to take a look at this. You know what this is? This is the all-new Corvette Z06, right? The C8 Z06, and they just pulled the cover off this thing not too long ago, and now it's here live at the show for us to look at here at SEMA. We're so excited about the 2 Z06s they've actually brought to the show. They've got this one here, the silver one, and they've got the orange one over here with all the aero on it, the Z07 package, all the stuff over there. But let's talk about this silver one, because I specifically really like this car. Now, what's changed about the Z06? You probably know the specs already if you were following the reveal, but you now have a Corvette here with 670 horsepower. That's an LT6 motor. It's a 5.5 liter, right? But it revs to 8,600 RPMs, and you're getting 670 naturally aspirated horsepower. And what have they had to do to put that in this car? One of the things that is the most striking difference you may notice right away is the inlet on the side of the Z06. It's grown, it's gotten larger. It looks a little bit different than the regular C8 Corvette, but they've got to get air back there because that 5.5 liter LT6 needs to breathe. But this one doesn't have all of the extra packages on it with all of the extra aero, and I kind of like the subtleness of it. It's very clean. It's a little bit more minimalist, if you can call a car like the C8 Z06 minimalist in any way. But you do have a lot of these really nice accents. One thing is the appearance package over the engine bay. You've got that carbon fiber look, and man, that engine just looks so awesome. To be able to sit in that car, look out the window right over your shoulder and see that is just so stellar. And look at these wheels. I have to say, you know, with the C8 Corvette, a lot of people have really been hoping we would get some new wheels, and we did with this Z06, and these new wheels are stellar. They look so good on this car with this color combination. You've got the red calipers with this Brembo brake package, as well as this gray accent, and it goes really well with the silver car with the red interior. Just so good looking. So I just wanted to touch on this car. There's two Z06s here. Again, we are at SEMA 2021, and they have brought two great examples of the Z06 here, and this one looks really good. Just look at that interior. The steering wheel in this car with the red accents on it, and just the way that this interior hits you when you look at it is so awesome. So wanted you guys to get a close look at this car because I really was digging it. But again, keep following us here at the SEMA show. There's lots more cars to see. There's so much here to see. This is Adam. This is Drive It Out. Follow us on Instagram at DriveItOut, and I'm on Instagram at NaturallyAspiratedAdam. And please stay tuned for more videos from the 2021 SEMA show. See you next time. Hey everyone, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam, and we are at the 2022 Kansas City International Auto Show in Kansas City, Missouri, and I had to talk about this car again. Now, we've done some reviews on this car before, but I tell you what, I just wanted to kind of do another one to kind of update, you know, some information on this car is a little more available since the last time we walked around this car and talked about it. Guys, this is the 2023 Corvette Z06. And it's fantastic. What's special about this one compared to ones we've looked at in the past is this one is actually a convertible, and I'm loving the Elkhart blue on this car. I'm normally a red Corvette guy, but I am really digging the blue on this Z06. Guys, if you've been on the internet at all, you know a lot about this car. You've been looking at this car for months now. It's all the rage on the internet. The buzz about this car has been unreal. But guess what? They're actually starting to produce these and deliver these now. So we're in the very early stages of that, and they are ramping up production on these. So I tell you what, this has really become an extremely hot item. So you know, if you've tried to put an order in for one of these, that it is competitive out there. So I tell you what, if you put an order in for one of these, if you get an allocation through a dealer to get a Z06, you're gonna have to wait a little bit, but it is gonna be every bit worth the wait for this car, I am telling you. So we're inside with this one. This one is not running, but I tell you what, we've seen this car running before. We've seen startup and rev. This car sounds fantastic. This would be music to your ears the first time that you hear one, because remember, we have a naturally aspirated motor still in here. Now, there's been talk from Corvette. We have some electrification that is probably coming, right? We're talking about driving those front wheels with electric motors, some sort of hybrid power, maybe called an E-Ray. We will see what happens, but we are here. We still have a naturally aspirated car, and to get that today still out of a high performance car like this is fantastic. So they have put a 5.5 liter V8 in here that screams in RPMs. You're talking about a red line that is over 8,000 RPMs, 8,600 RPMs to be exact is what they're saying that this car will redline at. And I tell you what, when you look at this thing, when you finally see one in person, I hope you do soon, it just captures your attention in a way that not many other cars today can. And I tell you what, looking at this car in person, in this blue, all the lines and the cuts and the edges on this car, you're thinking, man, Corvettes have typically had like really pretty curves, right? This seems to be a very busy design. It is, but I tell you what, it's gorgeous. It is very cutting edge. There's a lot to this design here, but I tell you what, when you get down and look at the car, those Corvette curves are still there and they're beautiful. And I challenge you, when you see one, if you get a chance to back away from it, kind of get down and look at it from the side, and you're gonna see those Corvette curves come back, and they're gorgeous. Now, we're used to looking at cars, we stand up here like we have a cell phone, we kind of stand on top of them. But I tell you what, when designers design this car, they design them from that side profile, right? They're look as if you were looking at it from down low. So you ought to do the same to do the design justice. This car is gorgeous, that's all I'm saying. So again, this blue, now this has the Z07 package, so you're gonna get the big brakes, right? Got carbon ceramic brakes here, all right? You've actually got 20-inch wheels on the front, 21-inch wheels in the back. So you have bigger wheels in the back than in the front. Corvettes traditionally are that way, and it kind of gives it that downward look with the nose, right? But you've got huge brakes on here. You have aero package. The Z07 package is going to get you these trim pieces that you see here, and those are for downforce. Remember, the Z06 is about killer track times, right? So you get the downforce on the Z07 package if you're really extra serious about your track times, and that's what that is for. Now, you can get the Z06 without the Z07 package, and you're not going to have all the trim and all the downforce and the huge wing, and actually that car is probably most likely going to have the higher top speed, just the standard Z06, because you don't have as much drag coming from that extra downforce with these trim pieces that you're getting. But if you're seeking the track times, top speed isn't a big deal, and it's just a few miles per hour difference. And if you're hanging out up around 190 miles an hour or so all the time, well then, I don't know what you're doing, but more power to you. That's awesome. But you're talking about just a few miles per hour that you're gonna sacrifice to get this aero package, but it's gonna get your downforce huge. You're gonna get that weight pushing down on those back wheels. Your track times are gonna be awesome if you know how to handle this animal. And what a fantastic vehicle this is. So now again, this is the convertible. One thing you miss out with having the convertible is you miss out on having that glass window over the engine in the back, that power plant that allows you to look in and see that engine. And that's really unique and very cool. But I'm willing to miss out on that for the look of this awesome convertible, because again, this is not a ragtop, this is a power hardtop convertible. And this comes up here and it looks stellar when the top is up, it looks stellar when the top is down. Not every convertible can say that, and this one is no exception. It looks absolutely stellar. The interior on this one is actually extra cool. You have a two-tone interior, right? Black and white. Now, how many speakers do you think you could fit into a two-seat car? Well, I tell you what, they have fit 14 speakers into this car with this Bose audio system. And I tell you what, they have really put all the stops into this car. And remember, no manual transmissions here. You got an 8-speed dual clutch automatic transmission in here, but they finally tuned it, especially for this car, to just go screaming around the track. So again, I really wanted to talk about this car again because we know a little bit more than we did the last time that we shot this car. I also just am kind of smitten with this blue, and I had to talk about it. So again, this is the 2023 Z06 convertible Elkhart blue. It's got the Z07 package. You've got ceramic, carbon ceramic brakes. You've got big wheels and tires. It looks fantastic. Power retractable hardtop. Look at this big old spoiler on the back. It comes with the Z07 package. The car just looks fantastic. So excited about this. This is truly an American exotic car, the new C8 Corvette, and the Z06 is an American supercar. It's fantastic. I was so excited to talk about this car again. Thank you so much for watching. Again, this is Drive It Out. My name is Adam. You have found us on youtube.com/driveitout. We are also at driveitout.com. You can find us on Instagram at Drive It Out. I am personally on Instagram at Naturally Aspirated Adam. So that's right, Naturally Aspirated Adam. I love this car. Naturally aspirated 5.5 liter. Fantastic. Thank you so much for watching. We're at the 2022 Kansas City International Auto Show in Kansas City, Missouri, and we have many other awesome cars to see. I hope that you will check out those reviews as well, and don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks, guys. All right, everybody, welcome back to Drive It Out. Today is a great day. You know why? Because that's right, we're driving a new C8 Corvette. This is a big deal. We've been wanting to get into one of these for a long time, and I'm so excited to present to you
the CA Corvette, and this one is a 2022. Now, I want to run through a little bit of history on the Corvette real quick, and I just want to let you know ahead of time what you're going to get in this review. I'm a fan, right? I'm a fan of the Corvette. What they've done here is absolutely amazing. Former Corvette owner, so you're going to get the viewpoint of someone who's owned a Corvette in the past and knows the Corvette history pretty well, and talking about the evolution of where this car has come to today and what my take on it, what my thoughts are. Now, I 100% love this car. That doesn't mean it's without its faults. So we're going to talk about everything on this car. But think about the Corvette. Now, this car has been around now for 70 years. 70 years, think about that. This is actually the longest complete running, without interruption, running passenger car model ever made, right? So you've got cars like the Ford F-150 and some others that have been longer, but they're utility vehicles, right? As far as passenger cars go, the Corvette is the longest running continuously made model that there is. The Corvette debuted in 1953, right? Harley Earl brought us this beautiful design of this Roadster, and they only came in white. And that first generation Corvette, nobody knew at the time, but it has lasted all these decades, 7 decades now, and look what it has become. It's utterly amazing if you think about the history of this car and what Corvette means. First of all, it's got a name. Love cars with names. Corvette is a fantastic name. In a world we live in right now where a lot of cars' names are like alphabet soup, it's really awesome when you get a car with a name. And when this car came out, they gave it an awesome name, Corvette. It's named after kind of a fast battleship. That's where that name comes from. They gave it a name that meant speed, it meant fun, and it meant something. And this has become an American icon over the years. So that first generation Corvette started out in 1953. We ended up getting the V8 and fuel injection in that first generation. Gorgeous car. Then you have the second generation that started in 63. So that's right. In 1963, you're starting on the second generation of this car, and the Porsche 911 is just now coming out, right? And the Mustang hasn't even been heard of yet. So you get into the second generation of this car before those cars even come out. That's how long this car has been around. Second generation Corvette, 1963 through 1967, considered some of the most beautiful cars of all time, that C2 Corvette. And we start to get into the horsepower wars of the 60s, big blocks, everything going on there. Of course, you have the split window 63 car, but go all the way to the 67. And the amount of power these cars were putting out was absolutely amazing. Then you get into the C3, you get these more accentuated Coke bottle curves that Corvette has kind of become known for with that C3 Corvette starting in 68. And that generation ran a long time, went through the tough times of the 70s where horsepower really tanked for everyone. But that car stayed having that attitude with those huge fenders out front. The C3 Corvette was beautiful. It ran all the way through 1982. And then we had a really big change for the C4. It was such a massive change in technology in that car that they couldn't get it out until 1984. So the only 1983 Corvette is currently in the Corvette Museum in Bowling Green, Kentucky. You can go there and you can see it. But they had to continue selling 82s into 83 because they were really struggling to get that 84 out. It was such a huge leap. And if you sit in an 82 Corvette and then get in an 84 Corvette, you will see the massive difference. Huge technology changes, and the car really became a handler at that time. It became really good handling car, and you had all the digital dashes and everything like that. So now you're in the C4 generation, right? You're in 1984 to 1996 with that generation. You got a ZR1 in the middle of there. Car was incredibly fast. Now, once you get through 1996, you got your traditional setup with your engine in the front and your transmission right behind it. They made a big switch for the C5, the 5th generation Corvette, started in 1997. You now have a transaxle. This was a big deal because you're now moving toward the 50-50 weight distribution that gives Corvette the balance that it is known for in recent decades. And the C5 Corvette is a beautiful car. And then you love, they're great to drive, they're a great value, and they're a great bargain. Even today, you will see a lot of them on the racetrack. And then you get into the C6 generation, which began in 2005. They continue to make improvements, tweaks. And I tell you what, all the way back, C6 started in 2005, went through 2013. The C6 generation brought us our first Corvette from the factory that went over 200 miles per hour. So we are 15 years removed, almost 20 years removed from when the C6 Corvette came out. And you're talking about a car that was giving us 200 mile an hour car with the ZR1 that came out in 2009. Out of a car that long ago for that price. So you're talking about getting 200 mile an hour car. In the Z06, actually, I believe it was 198. You're talking about a car around $70,000, $80,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. Crazy, unheard of, supercar speeds, out of this world. And I tell you what, it was about this time that Corvette really wanted to start thinking and moving toward this mid-engine design for real. Now, they had talked about it for many, many years, right? Harley Earl started with the design of the Corvette way back when, and then we got Zora Arkus Dantov got his hands on this car, and the thoughts and the desire to go to mid-engine were always there for many, many years, and it was just General Motors never did it. But they really got to a point in performance where they really wanted to start thinking mid-engine. And the story goes that they really wanted to do that with the 7th generation, but we know everything that happened in the mid-2000s with the economy. We're talking bailouts for companies, and it just wasn't there to completely change up the platform for the C7. So this is how we got the C7. We got the C7, which is still the setup that its prior generation was in the C6 with that transaxle, right? But you get a lot of that styling, the edgy styling that came with the C7 that they really wanted to put toward a mid-engine car, but you ended up with this C7. But I tell you what, the C7 generation was awesome, and what we got there was they basically maxed out the performance that they could get from that setup, from that rear-wheel drive front engine setup. They maxed it out. So the Z06 C7 is a fantastic performer, but remember at the very end they gave us another ZR1, and the numbers that that car put out are just absolutely fascinating. But they had to specially design a tire for that car to stick and put that power down, because they're putting so much power to the rear wheels of that car. That's the end of the C7 generation. That car and that setup really went out with a bang, because now it was time for this. You're in the 8th generation of this car now, and finally, yes indeed, the engine is behind the seats. This is a mid-engine setup. You got the engine that's between the two axles, right? So it's a mid-engine car. You have cars that are completely rear engine, where your engine is behind the rear axle. That would be like a 911, but this is a mid-engine car. And you're talking about a car starting around $60,000. And this is not a Z06, this is a base model. The Z06 is out for 2023, amazing car. But let's talk about the performance you can get just from a base model Corvette is unreal. It'll blow your mind. So what we've got here is we've got a 6.2 liter LT2 V8 behind the seats here. No more engine up front. Now you've got storage up front, right? So what this has done is this is bring the center of gravity and this mass closer to the center of the car. And if you're in the driver, compared to every generation Corvette before you, you sat much farther back from that front axle. The driver and the passenger now are so much closer to the nose of the car. It's a completely different feel, and it definitely is an exotic feel. So what you have here is you have supercar performance out of this American-made Corvette. This is an American-made exotic car. There's no other way to look at it. It's just what it is. You drive this car, it feels that way. You look at this car, it looks that way. It's an amazing piece of machinery to think about the roots of where it came from to where it is now. So let's get into this car specifically. So this again is a 2022. This came out, the C8, in 2020. You've got that V8 in the back. You now have an 8-speed dual clutch transmission. Now that is your only option. There is no manual transmission option for this car. And if you sit in this car, you look at the pedal box, you look at the center console, the center waterfall that leads down to the console, and you're thinking, where would they put the shifter in there, the manual shifter? The way this car is set up, there's really not a place for it. So it's now your only option. But I tell you what, they put a lot of work into developing this dual clutch transmission, and all 8 speeds in this car are smooth, they're enjoyable, they did a fantastic job. Now, you want to benchmark a transmission, you think about Porsche's PDK. That is a fantastic dual clutch transmission, and they have done a great job with this one. It is, for all intents and purposes, it is most of what the PDK can be. So let's talk about the styling here. Obviously, the styling completely changes when you've got the engine in the back, right? You have these huge inlets on the side. You're still bringing in air in the front, right? You've got to cool brakes. You've got to cool all kinds of things. So there's spots for that all over this car. You look out of this car completely different. So you'll actually notice that the mirror on the passenger side of the Corvette is actually extended further out than the mirror on the driver's side, because you've got to see around these huge hips back here. You've got this huge air inlet right here, starts taking taking air to your engine back here. Now, I don't know how you feel about the styling. It's very edgy. There's lots of lines. There's lots of cuts. Some people I know miss the smooth shapes and the curves of the past Corvettes. But I tell you what, when you see this car in person and the profile of this car, it still maintains a lot of that curvy nature, and it really is gorgeous. But and come down here, obviously, you've got this huge inlet here. This is set off by 20-inch wheels in the back, 19-inch wheels in the front. Now this one does have the Z51 package, so you've got some notable aero that's added, and the spoiler is the biggest giveaway here in the back. So you've got that Z51 performance pack, but we're gonna get more into talking about the performance aspect of this car. But you're talking 495 horsepower out of this car. It's almost a 500 horsepower car that you can get your hands on for $60,000 to $80,000 equipped nicely, and you're going to be able to do things with this vehicle that it used to take a $200,000 to $300,000 car to do. And that's amazing. This is fantastic. They're talking about a 0 to 60 time on the standard Corvette of 2.9 seconds. That's amazing. Those are crazy numbers. So obviously, you know, it's only going to go up from there as they continue on with the Z06. So, but I tell you what, for the street, this may just be the perfect package and what you want. So I tell you what, we're gonna go on the inside of this car, talk a little bit more about the performance, what it's like to be inside, and then we're gonna go take it for a drive. All right guys, let's get in here and talk about the interior a little bit. Now, getting in here is no easy task all the time, but once you're down in, it's fantastic. All right, so instantly when you get in the Stingray, you get these really awesome animations, right? It's reminding you, hey, this is the new Stingray. This is a mid-engine car. You're in a Corvette. Very cool stuff. But this digital gauge cluster gets even cooler when you start it up as well. You started this thing up, you're ready to go. The digital gauge cluster is really crisp, really good looking, and now this car doesn't have very many miles on it. This is a good spot to maybe remind you, when you first get the car, when you drive this car off the lot, until you reach 500 miles, your red line actually is way closer to the lower part of your reds. It's kind of toward the middle. Somewhere between 3 and 4, you start to get that yellow, orange, and red on your RPMs. And you're driving the car during the break-in period with it set up that way. So once you get to 500 miles when you're driving the car, you will actually see the change on the gauge cluster where your RPMs increase to the red line goes up to the higher spots, and then you can really get everything out of the car that you want. But there's been a lot of talk about the interior of the Corvette. It's unique. Specifically, we can't deny that wall of buttons that's kind of on the right that separates the driver and the passenger. You do have a lot of good functional controls on there. Your heating and cooling's over there. You're controlling your heated seats, things of that nature. But they're where the passenger can still reach them and mess with their own climate controls and temperature settings as well. But when you sit over there as a passenger, you definitely feel walled off from the driver. But by no means do you feel like you don't have the room you need. You just you definitely are staying out of the driver's space, and that's because this car is really wants to remind you it is for the driver. So if you're driving this car, you're getting a unique experience. Things are kind of angled toward you, and it's very awesome. But there's plenty of good controls on this steering wheel. Most notably is that Z button, and that Z is kind of a tribute to Zora, and it's going to put this car into a drive mode for performance. But you can do a lot from the steering wheel. It's nice and easy, but the other really kind of notable change on this car is the gear selector. So you now kind of have the buttons to shift with, right? So you aren't actually moving a gear selector, you're actually pushing buttons over here by the knob, right? The knob that turns for drive modes. You've got your selector for park, you pull up for reverse, there's a button you can push for neutral, and there's a button you pull up on for drive. And then you've got that drive mode knob over there kind of tucked under this little covering, and you can kind of spin it with your fingertips. And obviously the traction control button is right there as well. But once you get used to it, it's quite nice the way it moves. It feels good, the dexterity, and it kind of reminds me of the navigation knobs that you will find if you're in a Mazda product, a newer Mazda product. They do a really good job with that spinning selector. But the interior is a definite upgrade over previous generation Corvettes. So long have the Corvettes suffered from people complaining about the interiors, the materials used, and the look of the textures of the material. They just put off this cheap look. But I tell you what, there's none of that here in the C8. And if you haven't noticed, you don't really see any vents. Maybe you haven't seen the vents yet because they're kind of hidden, but they are there. There's a vent actually under the 8-inch display, and there's vents for the passenger kind of that are sandwiched in where the dash ends and the glove box begins, and they actually pump out a lot of air. So you definitely are going to stay comfortable in here, but they've really streamlined the look in here, and it doesn't distract away from the beautiful parts of the interior. But very comfortable interior. But again, look at this. It wouldn't seem that there would be the easiest place to put a manual shifter if you were going to have a manual transmission in this car. It just doesn't look like it would fit too well with the way they've designed this interior. And again, the pedal box is the same way. But now this car is a 1LT. There's 3 trim levels: the 1LT, the 2LT, and the 3LT. So here in the 1LT, this is still an exquisite interior in many ways for the trim level that it's at. You've got nice stitching everywhere. It's on the seats, it's on the dash, it's on the doors. And I really like how they've put the Corvette logo and the leather in different places. But this is a really good looking interior, especially when you sit in it and know that this is a starting point as far as the trim goes. So the interior is excellent. Let's talk a little bit more about the driving experience and what it's like to be in this interior once we get this thing out on the road. All right, I'm creeping down a hill here, and I've got my feet off of everything, and it kind of has hill assist, so it's helping me kind of crawl down this hill very easily, making sure that it doesn't go too fast. So the first thing you've got to get used to when you're driving this is the squircle, right? The steering wheel is not a circle by any means. You got flat on the top and flat on the bottom, but you know, it works for this kind of compact, you know, way that you sit down in here. You know, you definitely sit down in the car as opposed to up on top of it like you were in a muscle car or something like that. So part of keeping your line of sight and your visibility good is keeping the top of the steering wheel down. I imagine if they tried circles in here, very many of them, that they just didn't look right. And then of course the flat bottom is going to give you room for your leg work. So now again, this is a 1LT. The interior is fantastic, but you can see the spot and the stitching on the steering wheel here where you can have that center line on the top of the steering wheel, and that's kind of a performance thing. So if you're driving on track, you've got that center point on your steering wheel to just another cue in your line of sight and your peripheral that you're turning the wheel back perfectly straight when you're going down the track. But once you're used to the steering wheel, I actually think it's just fine, because again, you're in a dual clutch. You've got the paddle shifters here, which you can go into anytime. You're going to keep your hands by the paddle shifters at all time anyway. This definitely is not a steering wheel that it's going to be too terribly enjoyable just to put your hand at 12 o'clock and do your thing. All right, so you no longer got the transverse leaf setup. This is now a coilover setup, and this car handles fantastic. I'm even in tour mode right now, and it's really precise and really enjoying it. The nice thing about the drive modes on this is you can customize the mode that you like. So I am in my mode. And it kind of tunes things to where you like to have it when you're driving around town, and you can kind of blend some of the things that would happen in a performance driving mode with some of the things that would happen in a tour mode. Now, I mentioned the suspension, the coilover setup and everything. This has the optional Magna Ride in this car, and it, man, so you can go from really, really comfortable to really, really stiff, and you can do it with a push of a button, and that's fantastic. So at any moment in time, if you feel like, you know, I want to tighten things up, you can do it on the fly, and that is just, it makes for fun to be had so easily in any situation. And now at any point in time, you can grab a gear with the shifters. You don't have to switch into manual mode to use the shifters. If you let it be for a few seconds, it's going to go back into drive mode, where it's kind of choosing the gears for you. But I like that because you can be in a situation where you want to pass or you want to hit a certain gear in a certain way. And the transmission's plenty smart, but you can pick a gear at any time you want without going into manual mode. Now, again, you've got the weight of that engine right here behind the seats. It's a mid-engine car. It drives a lot different than the traditional Corvette setup, and you're just kind of reminded all the time by the noise being back there. You look in your rearview mirror and you get to see that. That's awesome. But when you're driving, even at low speeds, the way you feel the weight moving around in this vehicle is definitely completely different. But I tell you what, they have tuned this for understeer, the way you get it out of the factory. So if you're worried about the back end coming around to see what the front end is up to, the car actually feels extremely planted. All right, now talking about being planted, you have to remember that in a mid-engine car, you're gonna have traction until you don't. So there's kind of a razor thin edge there of when you're pushing the limits on a car like this, to where you suddenly don't have traction anymore. And if they didn't set it up for understeer out of the factory, you'd have a lot more people than you already do finding how quickly this back end can go places in front of you. But if you're driving the car at 7/10, 8/10, even 9/10, it feels extremely planted. Now, we're not going on the track today, we're just on the street. And we actually have a little bit of cold tires still and some cold pavement, but as it gets warmer, you can definitely tell that it's a very planted chassis. Here's the deal. With a newer Corvette, with a modern Corvette, it's so good at so many things that that's kind of where it beats the competition. So I can attest to this myself. I've gotten up, I've hopped in my Corvette. This was a C6 Corvette. I drove a 5-hour road trip, went straight to the track, tracked the vehicle, drove onto the track, tracked the vehicle, did triple-digit speeds, drove off the track, drove to dinner, had a date in the car, dinner date, stayed the night at a hotel, had room for all my stuff in the car, got up the next morning, drove 5 hours home. And the car, you never worry about the car one bit. You don't worry about reliability, you don't worry about check engine light coming on or warning lights. I didn't have to do anything. The car was just capable of all of those things. It's comfortable on a road trip. It's great for around town. You can drive it straight onto the track, and you have a performance machine that's incredibly capable. And you can leave the track and you're not having to change wheels and tires or suspension settings manually or anything like that. The car is just incredibly capable, and you can store quite a bit in it. They've maintained that for Corvette through the years, and this C8 is no different. You've got plenty of storage room in here. You can road trip this car right now. You want to take off, you want to go somewhere, you've got plenty of storage in the back, and remember you have storage in the front as well. So if I were going to tell you, you were going to get in an exotic car for a day or two, or, you know, for a weekend, and you were going to road trip, you were going to have fun around town, you were going to have a track experience, you were going to go golfing, you would think, oh man, what are we going to have to do, this exotic car experience? Where am I going to fit all my stuff? Where are my golf clubs going to go? You know, what are we going to have to change at the track? What are we going to have to do? How rough of a ride is that car going to be if it's an exotic car and it's a track capable car? But none of those thoughts come with Corvette ownership. And that's really where it beats the competition, is it's literally just ready for anything. So that is really where Corvette shines. And I just have to say that really is what makes the Corvette so livable. You know, you can live with it day to day, and you can do just about anything with it. Now, obviously, it's not great in inclement weather. It's a sports car, right? It does have weather driving mode, right? So everything in here is electronically controlled, and you can change up things on the fly. And if you run into some bad weather on a road trip or in another situation, or maybe you're at the track and things get wet, there's modes for that. Now, I want to talk about that a little bit. I just kind of mentioned that you have so much is controlled electronically in this car. Now, I do have to say that with modern cars, most modern cars, and this car is no different, some things have become more numb in this vehicle. You know, you don't have hydraulic steering in here anymore. This is all electronically controlled. You've actually got drive-by-wire and you've got brake-by-wire in this car. So those things are great for responsiveness. They're great for customization. You know, if you want to customize steering feel and things like that. But where they lose a little bit is you lose a little bit in feel. So if you want a hardcore sports car experience, you want to get on the track and you want to get in a really competitive driving situation, and you want to feel the road, and you want the tires talking to you, and you feeling what's going on through your hands in the steering wheel and your feet on the pedals, and really, you know, your butt, then you have to think that you may want a more hardcore sports car than this, because this is made to live with every day. But you know what? If you want to have a hardcore track experience, go get something that's more hardcore, or maybe even, you know, budget for a cheap track car, right? Go get a Miata. That sounds crazy, but that car doesn't have a lot of power, but there's more Miatas tracked every day in the world than any other car, because they're a car that provides feedback. So get it, put it on a small technical course, and you're going to get a lot of feel through it. You get an older Miata and you've got hydraulic everything, and you still can feel everything about the road in a track situation. But when you get into a car like this, it's so capable. It can do supercar things. Part of what comes with that, all that power is, and all that customization is, you do lose some feel. So if I had a complaint about this car, is it almost achieves things too easily, where you feel like you're a little bit less of a part of the achievements. So that doesn't mean it's not fun. It's still fantastically fun. But what comes with a car and a chassis like this, and comes with more and more power, is you get in a situation where you have to push the car further and further toward the envelope, toward the edges, to start to really get to a point where you're reaching your edges as a driver. Now, if you get a Corvette, that's where I'm going to say you really need to track the car, drive the car, don't let it sit. I highly recommend museum delivery of your car, and while you're there in Bowling Green, Kentucky at the museum, if you can take a factory tour, do that, that's great too, but they have a first-class track there. Go get on the track and learn what the car can do. If you buy a new C8 Corvette, go out to Las Vegas and do the track experience they have there for Corvette owners, where you get behind the wheel and you have professional instruction, you really learn the edges of a vehicle, because now more than ever, that is something that you're only going to find on a large track, because this car is so capable at very high speeds. If you want to experience the dynamics fully of this vehicle, you're going to want that experience. But you know what? I can appreciate having a vehicle with all those capabilities that you can get in, drive off the track, and be perfectly comfortable in. And it's kind of, you're getting away and you're getting encapsulated in here, and it's just you and the car, and you're away from the elements and the rest of the world. And this is a happy place. For somebody who likes to drive, this is most definitely a happy place. You get in and enjoy yourself and just drive. And the car will surprise you every day with what it's capable of in so many ways. All right, so we're gonna try out launch mode here, right? That is one cool thing about this car. So make sure you're pointed straight. You're gonna hold down the left paddle, and then you're gonna put the pedal to the floor with your left foot on the brake. And release. All right guys, let's sum things up on this C8 Corvette. Like I said, I'm a big fan of this car. This car does so many things well, it's really hard to sit here and nitpick at it. Do we wish we still had a manual transmission? Sure. Manual transmissions are a lot of fun, they're interactive, but the way this car is set up, the transmission works really well with this. Now, if you look at other mid-engine supercars, it's really hard to find a manual transmission these days. So, you know, you can get a Porsche Cayman, but you're ending really quick with your mid-engine sports cars. Maybe you go to a Lotus or something like that, but Ferrari, Lamborghini, they aren't really giving you that stuff anymore. So I get it in this car, although I can miss the manual transmission at the same time. If you want to start nitpicking about the styling, maybe you really don't like the taillights. If you still haven't gotten over the transition that they made between the 6th and 7th generation where they got rid of the rounded taillights, I understand your complaint. I love the staple of those circular taillights, dual taillights on both sides that Corvette has had for so long. If I had to choose, I would want rounder taillights probably as well, but it fits the car. I think it looks quite good with the way they resolve the lines coming down the side of the car at the back end. So I'm gonna let that go because the car performs so well in so many other ways. It looks so great. When you drive this car, the amount of looks that you get are just unbelievable. When you stop with the car, people are looking. When you stop to put gas in the car, they want to talk to you. But there's no way around that. It's an attention-getting car, and this one here in particular is in the right color. But let's talk about what they've done here. So you've got a mid-engine sports car. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and call it an exotic car. It's an American exotic, right? And they still have kept weight down to around 3,500 pounds. That's pretty heavy. That's no, 2,000, 2,500 pound little tiny sports car. Those can still be had if you want one. But for the setup and for everything this car does, I understand how we get to 3,500 pounds. Now, it's kind of hefty. It's heavier than the Corvettes prior. But think about everything you can do here. It can be a grand tourer when you want it to be a grand tourer. You can take it on a road trip. You can be comfortable for hours on end. When you're not getting after it and you're sitting in this car, you're just floating down the road. It feels extremely nice, and highly would recommend the magnetic ride suspension if you can go for that. But yet, when you want to get after it, the car kind of shrinks as you drive it, almost in feel, as you continue to push the car. Now, the limits are way out there. They really are. I don't know if you're going to reach them on the street safely, but if you get a Corvette, please go have a track experience at least once. Figure out what the engineers were thinking about when they designed this car and its capabilities and what it can do. We've got a lot of horsepower back here with that 6.2 liter V8. And it's over there, it's close to the back wheels. You can put that power down, get those tires to stick, and you can really have some fun with this vehicle. But again, at the same time, you want to throw a bunch of stuff in the back. You've got lots of storage space in the back. Corvette is always adamant about putting golf clubs back there, so you can see promotional material where they put golf clubs in the back. But you also have the storage in the front, and you add that together and you have quite a bit of cubic feet of storage. Now, the Corvettes that came prior with the engine in the front and that back hatch, you had a lot of room. You could really fit a lot of stuff back there, especially the C6 and the C7. But now that you've got the engine back there, you can utilize that space in the front, and there's quite a bit of room up there. Now, your passenger is going to be comfortable like you on a road trip. for the most part. But there is that wall of buttons that keeps them from being able to have as much leg room left and right. So they may not last quite as long as you, the driver. This car is really focused on the driver, on comfort, and then also on a performance aspect, being able to see everything you need to see and easily spot and keep an eye on your gauges and everything going on around you. Now, if you really are uncomfortable with being in a car where you can't see well behind you, then a mid-engine car just isn't for you. That's part of the nature of these vehicles. So what they've done here is Corvette allows you to get the option of the 360 view on your rear view camera, and you can get that set up, but this one does not have that. That is because it's the 1LT, but you can option for that, and that really helps with your visibility out the back. But the 8-inch display in this one with the backup wide view backup camera is quite good. But you're going to have blind spots in a mid-engine car. It's just part of it. You got to learn to use your mirrors. That's why they've made this mirror on the passenger side extended out here. All in all, the car is just such a performer. It's so easy to get up to arrestable speeds in this car so quickly. But I have to say that if you see one of these in person and really sit and soak it in, see it live and in the flesh, and look at the profile of it, and look at those awesome Corvette curves are still there. It's very much Corvette, even though the car is completely changed and they flip-flop some things around. You look at it and it just screams Corvette. They really did a good job of hanging on to some heritage here with the curves and the lines of this vehicle. So I have to say, I'm gonna go ahead and put it out there. The fact that you can road trip this car and track this car and daily this car, and it performs as well as it does at all of those things, this might just be the best car ever made. I'm gonna go ahead and say that because of what you can accomplish in one single vehicle. So much fun to be had here. There's comfort to be had here. There's aesthetics to be had here, aesthetics galore. Cosmetically, the car looks fantastic. It's just C8 Corvette. I think they hit a home run. And if you want to get nitpicky and pick on some things, you know, go ahead. But I tell you what, pick yourself a good color, get you one. If you can do museum delivery, go to Bowling Green, Kentucky, see the 70 years history of how they got here. You know, astronauts drove these things in the 60s for a reason. They were at the height of cool, right? The Corvette is just such a staple of American life from a car standpoint. Americana, the Corvette is always being talked about in that reference. You can't leave it out. So get you one and enjoy it. Please take it to the track if you can. Really learn from the professional drivers that you can get with really what the car is capable of, or at least go for a ride along or a hot lap. You're going to be incredibly impressed. So we hope to get out on the track in one of these soon, and we will put that on video when we do. But I really want to thank you for watching. I know this has been a long video, but this is my viewpoint coming from, again, a Corvette fan. I've been a Corvette fan since I was 11 years old. I've owned a Corvette. I know what they're all about. Take all your stereotypes and put them away. It's not just a car for older people that are retired to just sit and putt around in, or leave sit in the garage and just shine up every once in a while. Drive these things. You gotta drive them. They're so much fun. Those engineers and these designers, these teams that work on these cars to build these this way, they do it to find the edges of the performance for the chassis, not just so they can sit. They want you to drive these things, and you got to do it. So we are so excited that we were finally able to get this review done. I'm so excited that you were able to watch this with us. Again, this has been Drive It Out. We are all about the driving experience here at Drive It Out. We want to preserve the love of the driving experience, and the Corvette does that in a big way for modern vehicles. So you found us on YouTube. You can find us on Instagram at Drive It Out, and you can find me on Instagram at Naturally Aspirated Adam. And I will see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam and I am at a very special place. That is the State Fair of Texas. The Texas Auto Show is here at the State Fair of Texas, and there are many vehicles on display. We've been making all kinds of video reviews on these cars. There are cars outside, there are cars inside, there's experiences to do. It is a really cool place, but right now we are here on Media Day, so I get a sneak peek before the public gets to come and get things all crowded and stuff. So it's nice to have all the space and the time with these cars before that happens. Specifically, guys, you know I want to talk about what's behind me. What is this? That's right, this is the 2026 Corvette E-Ray, and this one is a little extra special because it's in a brand new color. That's right, for 2026 you've got this Roswell green metallic, and it is looking really sharp. It's been a while since Corvette did a green. You've got the contrast of the green exterior with that brown interior, and I love that Corvette interior. There's some things we're going to talk about in there as well, but let's talk about the E-Ray a little bit. So if you remember, we've talked about it before on the channel. We have many other Corvette videos. Specifically, we have one at the Chicago Auto Show where we go over the different Corvettes. So you have the base model, over there in red, you have the E-Ray right here, and you have the Z06, which they have an orange one of over there, and you have the mighty ZR1, which there's a yellow one right there, and we just heard about the ZR1X recently. That's insane. That's basically two cars in one. So let's talk about what you're going to get here with the E-Ray. So you're going to get that 6.2 liter V8, and it's not up here. Nope. It's in the back, right? And you get 495 horsepower from that, but it's also connected to an electric motor for the E all-wheel drive system. That's right, this is an all-wheel drive Corvette, and that motor is going to add 160 horsepower, so you're going to have a total of 655 horsepower. That's wild. Now from that engine itself, with the 495 horsepower, it has 470 foot-pounds of torque. You can go ahead and add another 125 foot-pounds of torque with that electric motor. So in the end, you're talking about 595 foot-pounds of torque. Guys, this car is no slouch. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is a true mid-engine exotic car now, and the E-Ray is really unique because it adds even another element of uniqueness that Corvette didn't have before, and that is all-wheel drive and some electric power. So as if you are looking for a Corvette that you can maybe drive more and more conditions, maybe get that all-wheel drive, get that torque, it's gonna really speed things up. It's really fast. They're talking about a 0 to 60 time of 2.5 seconds in this car, and a quarter mile time of 10.5 seconds. That is wild. Those are wild numbers. Forget about the Z06 and the ZR1 and the ZR1X. Those are wild numbers. I don't care who you are. This is a very fast car. Now let's talk about what else is kind of going on new here with the Corvette. If you didn't know, when you sit in a Corvette, it's really going to have that cockpit feel, right? So there is this bar right here that separates the driver and the passenger side of the vehicle, and previously on the C8 that was full of buttons. It was this wall of buttons, and they've really changed things up in here and gotten rid of those, and that is unique now for these later years of the C8. Now look at that, you got the carbon fiber going on there in the seats. These tan seats are really looking sharp. That's a wireless charger there in the middle, by the way. And my favorite part, that's right, you can look behind you, look over your shoulder while you're driving or riding, and you can see that engine back there, and that is just too awesome. We've extensively talked about the C8 on the channel. We have a full and complete in-depth test drive review of the C8. Check that out. I'll link that here at the end. But we also, don't forget guys, we have a video on YouTube where we drove every single generation of the Corvette in one day. That's right, one day. That was a very big, long, exhausting day, 14-hour day, but we did it. Drove everything from C1 all the way up here to C8. And it was amazing to experience that evolution of the car all in one day. When you do that, when you drive all those cars back to back in order, you really feel and learn what they did to this car to evolve it over time to make it what it has become today. Check out that video. It's a long one, but there's so much to learn there and experiencing that. Guys, I've been a Corvette guy since I was 11 years old. Little secret, I did that whole Corvette video with all those generations of car with no script. I just stepped in front of the camera and I did it, because since I was 11 years old, I piled up the Corvette magazines and the books and just became a Corvette freak. And one of the Corvettes in that video is mine. I had the C6, the C5 was my mom's, the others belonged to friends and other acquaintances. That was awesome. I don't have my C6 anymore. I very much miss my C6, but I love the C8 as well. Now, let's check out the interior of this E-Ray. While we're at enough talking on the outside, let's get in where things are really unique. And I tell you what, the interior, obviously with the platform change that Corvette has undergone from C7 to C8, you're gonna expect things to be a lot different. But when you get in here, it's really different, right? You sit here and you are much closer to the nose of the car. Your feet, I remember driving that C8 for the first time a couple years ago and really having that feeling that my feet were over the front wheels. They're not over the front wheels, but they're much closer to the front axle than they used to be. And so this driving experience is very exotic. You start that engine up and you hear it behind you. It's very wild. Now all of this is turned toward the driver. This is what makes Corvette unique. And the Corvette is such a cool car, and it's so unique in being an exotic car, but it is actually somewhat attainable. So this American-made sports car, America's sports car, this absolute performance monster that goes up against everybody around the world and is serious, taking names everywhere it goes. You can get into one of these things and you can have this exotic car experience, and it's so cool, it's so unique. Now again, this is a C8, there's no manual transmission offered, so we just have our buttons here for the automatic transmission. I like the switch gear here, and again you have these completely digital gauge cluster, and it runs over here to this screen that is turned toward the driver. But they've done a really unique thing in here with the C8 Corvette, and that they've really increased the amount of materials and textures in here. You can see the different look as you go around the seat and the different points of the leather, but you've got the carbon fiber as well, and you also have different materials on the door. You've got this kind of aluminum looking material here, and you have different soft touch materials around the cabin as well. And I tell you what, I'm gonna close this door, and man, I honestly don't know if I've ever been inside a green Corvette. Man, I don't remember. Maybe I did an older C4 that was green. But guys, you get in here and it's instantly sports car all the way. You've got the Squircle, right? But it's small. And you've got this center line up here that's good for your peripheral when you're driving on track, and you know when your wheel is centered. You've got the flat bottom for when you're doing footwork, it's giving you space. You've got these really cool paddle shifters here, carbon fiber, and this thing is an absolute monster, guys. We've gone into detail on this car before, so I'm not going to go into all the details here again. I really just didn't want to pass this one up because it is this new color, this Roswell green metallic. I think if you get a cool car, you should get it in a cool color. I think if you get a loud car, you should get it in a loud color. I understand there's all my people out there that are like, oh, I love the Corvette, the C8 in black. And I do too. It looks very menacing, very awesome. They offer some great colors, and it looks really good in the charcoal gray, the E-Ray with the charcoal gray and the kind of the blue accent around the badges. That looks really good. I get it. Pretty much all C8s look really good to my eye, but I love the bright colors, the audacious colors, the ones that are unique and a little more edgy and wild. And Corvette's been pretty good about giving you some one-year offers on colors. I don't know how long this color is going to last. Maybe it's only for 1 year. I don't know. But this 2026 in this Roswell green is looking really cool. And honestly, I would like to see maybe what it would look like with it. It looks cool with the tan. I like the contrast, but I wonder what it would look like with all black interior with some green stitching. Man, I don't know. Maybe the green, going with green seat belts would be going a little too far, because you can get different colored seat belts on your C8. But maybe just, I would like to see one in green with the all black interior with some green stitching. I think that would look really good. What do you guys think of the black wheels? Now, they're really glossy, so they're actually looking pretty sharp. I like that they have really let you know that this thing means business. You've got the big brakes, and they've painted the calibers gray. Now again, this is 6 piston brakes in the front, 4 piston in the rear, wrapped around these Pilot Sport S tires. This is just a performance monster. I don't care what Corvette you get in, right? You've got your base C8 over here again, and there's the one, and now we've got a decent look at the Z06 over there. These are all amazing machines. I'm loving the big spoiler on this one here for sure. The wide body of the C8 just looks so cool. But as you can see, that side blade, right, that's behind the doors is colored on some cars and not on others. So this one here is body color, and it's black on the red one over there. It's black on the other ones here as well. What do you guys like? Do you like that when they take that side blade and they make it body colored? Do you like it to stand out with that black? What about these back here, right? These are body colored here on this one. The E-Ray is that way, but I see a lot of people that kind of customize and do their own things with these, and I'm kind of just interested to know what flavor that you guys like, because this is a unique one. You know that we are Corvette fans here at Drive It Out, guys. I truly believe it might be the greatest car ever made. Remember, the Corvette has been around. I will remind you again, it's been around for 70 years. 70 years. It is the longest running passenger car ever made. Longest running passenger car being manufactured without stopping. This is it, the Corvette. I'm not talking trucks, I'm not talking SUVs, I'm talking passenger cars. As the Corvette has been around forever, they know what they're doing. They have a monster on their hands now with this mid-engine platform. Absolutely wild. What is gonna happen in the future with this car? I know people are already wondering, like, where are they gonna go with the C9 and beyond? It's gonna be really interesting and wild to watch. But right now, I don't want you to forget that right now, 2025, it's fall 2025 as I film this right now. It's almost 2026. What we have here is amazing. I'm old enough to remember when Corvettes did not have anywhere near this kind of power from the showroom floor. They were all very capable and very fast, but the power numbers now are absolutely insane. Now, with that, with all this capability, the mid-engine platform, they've grown. They're big, you know, they're heavier than Corvettes used to be, but you got all of that power and all of that torque. There's just so much going on here, so much to handle here, and getting behind the wheel of one of these, if you never have done it before, is a wild, wild thing. So anyway, guys, I really want to thank you for watching. I could go on and on forever about the Corvette, as it is truly one of my favorite cars of all time. I miss my Corvette very much. I'm fortunate to still know friends with them, so I get to still be around them quite a bit. I truly believe I will have another Corvette in my future at some point, because I just miss mine too much. I've had a lot of sports cars, a lot of performance cars. Nothing is quite like getting down in a Corvette, right? A muscle car, you get up on a muscle car. It's kind of like riding a horse, right? But Corvette has always had that awesome feel of getting down in, and the car just wraps around you. Guys, we try to bring you unique cars here at Drive It Out, because we like cars that provide unique experiences. And I tell you what, this one definitely fits the bill. So if you haven't had a chance to take a look at the new Corvette, I think you should. If you see one of these in green, know it's a brand new color and it's looking really awesome. So shout out to all of my other Corvette fans out there. I know you guys have an opinion on this car. opinion on the color specifically. Do you like that? Do you not? Let me know in the comments below. Subscribe to the channel and check out the other videos. We got so much Corvette content. Again, I'm so thankful to be here with TAWA, that's the Texas Auto Writers Association. I'm thankful to be here at Media Day for the Texas Auto Show here at the State Fair of Texas. I am super stoked. Guys, we have filmed so many vehicles here. Check out those. I got some other videos on Chevrolet, the Colorado, and Chevy trucks around here. And there's so much that we filmed here. And tomorrow we have a big day. We're going off-road at an event out at a racetrack. So I challenge you to get out there, drive something fun. Remember, when in doubt, drive it out. All right, guys, welcome back to Drive It Out. My name is Adam, and I am so excited. We are finally here. This is SEMA 2021, and I gotta let you know, today is Monday. They're still setting up around here, but we've gotten a good look at a lot of the things that are already here, and we'll get you a sneak peek at a couple items, starting with, right here, the new Corvette Z06. Hey guys, thank you for watching. I just wanted to do kind of a formal introduction of my car. This is my 2008 C6 Corvette. I got her about a year ago with just over 16,000 original miles on her, so I was thrilled to find a 10-year-old car with that low miles. She now has just over 21,000 miles on her, and I just couldn't be more thrilled with the car. It is definitely a dream car for me. I've been through a lot of Camaros and Firebirds, and then, don't judge me, but I married into a Ford family, and so I've been through some Mustangs and just lots of muscle cars, but the end goal was always to have a Corvette, and it had to be red. So from the time I was 11 years old, and I really set my eyes up close on a Corvette for the first time, which was actually at the St. Louis Car Museum. I just had to have one. So from the time I was 11, I had to get one, and I always knew it was going to be red. So this is her. I'm super excited to finally be a Corvette owner. It's something that, like I said, I just couldn't be more thrilled about. But I have always referred to the C6 model as a very handsome car. You know, it's just really sleek. It's very minimalist in a lot of ways, and it's just a really clean look, a clean design. I've always really liked it. I obviously love the C7s as well, but that is definitely more of an aggressive design, very menacing. And that's obviously awesome too. I've always referred to the C6 design as kind of a handsome car. So I'm looking forward to doing some more videos with this car. In addition to ones I've already done, I'm going to be going through a lot of things. I'm going to be going on some adventures with this car and some other friends that also have some Corvettes. But I hope you will join me, and I'll be super excited to have you along. So don't forget to like the video, and please subscribe to the channel. That would be fantastic. I'm looking forward to going through this process alongside of you.
Hey there, I'm excited that you found Drive It Out. Beyond the specs, it really matters how a car feels from behind the wheel. That feeling is what makes us keep and truly enjoy a vehicle for a long time. We're sharing great driving experiences we think you'll love, and encourage you to get hands-on with as many cars as you can. It's been a joy doing this for so many years now, and a blessing meeting and working alongside so many amazing people. Whatever type of vehicle you're interested in, chances are we have a video for that. If you're a subscriber, thank you. It means the world to me. If not, thanks for being here now, and I hope you'll check out the other videos on the channel. If there's something you don't see, feel free to reach out in the comments, or visit driveitout.com/contact to send us a message.